Hello. What's up? A little bit earlier, changed the scene, like 5 seconds early. Uh, Hello and welcome to another stream, another day of game dev. And today we are going to continue with the game that we're doing now. That is a platformer. The movement focused platformer that we've been doing for this is day 17. So for the past 16 days. And the stream before, the last stream, we were working on making the player, like when the player hits enemies, the enemies are going to have a push or are going to be pushed by the player. So yeah, that's what we've been working on. So I'm going to go just right into it and show you here the Notion page. And by the way, hello, Kiamber, welcome to the stream. Welcome. I know I already say hi or hey on the stream itself. And yeah, you're first. You're first. So welcome to the stream, Kiamber. Welcome. I'm gonna go in here. Yeah. So I'm going to close this. And I'm going to open the script that I was working on yesterday. So let me just change this a little bit to be a little bit more centered. And where is the script? I think it was not player attack. I'm going to put player attack because I think here I'm sending to some kind of signal to the enemy. And then on the enemy, I'm doing something else with it. So I should probably open the player attack area. I don't know where or what was the script that I was touching yesterday, but I'm going to be opening whatever I think could be taking care of that. So here, enemy. And an enemy, I think, is going to receive the damage, or let's see. Because I also have an enemy health. So probably one of these four scripts is controlling what we wanted to have. And here, yeah, receive damage, game manager, instance reset, airborne attack. So yeah, on enemy, probably on enemy, I have here something called like receive damage or something, probably. So let me search for that. And I don't think so. No, there's nothing like that there. I'm going to go on player attack area. And here, health script, receive damage. So I don't know if I, here on GitHub, I don't know if I started making those changes. Like I don't have anything on history. Yeah, on history, I don't have anything. So there's no changes. I thought we started making that yesterday. Yeah, I thought we did. Maybe I discarded all the changes. That may be an option. That may be an option. But I'm not sure really. Not sure really. And I'm going to check that everything's running smoothly. And it seems like it is. Yes. So I think I'll have to just redo this because I kind of think, or I think I discarded these things. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open the enemy bot or bot enemy because I think I was doing some calculations here where yeah this get normalized difference. Uh, Clark, you say hello, Roman. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. Don't worry about it, Clark. And thank you for joining the stream. Welcome to the stream. How are you, Clark? How are you? Tell me. So I think I'm just going to get this outside of here. Then I'm going to create a new script on here that's going to be like utils. So I'm going to use a bunch of stuff there. Let's create scripts, C# script, and I'm going to call this utils. So yesterday, the Butterman told me how to really do this because I was struggling with this. And the thing I was trying to do was creating a static class that's not going to inherit mono behavior. What's going to do is just hold this private, or this is going to be public, so I can use it anywhere, public and static. And it's just going to return a value, so the calculations that can happen here. And Clark, you say, I'm sick, so I hadn't go to school again. Oh, but what do you have? What do you have, Clark? What do you have? And how long have you been sick now? Well, still super bad that you're sick, but at least you don't have to go to school. And Clark, just a question, Roman. Is the word dying banned as a game title? I don't know if it's banned. I don't think it is. I don't think it is because I've seen some other games like you just I know the dying blah blah blah, but yeah, I'm not sure. And Clark yesterday I got a cold from raining. Well, oh, from raining. And how long do you think like normally how long does your colds last? You know, like an average of times before that you have gotten a cold. And Clark, you say, cool, I just got an idea for a game. Nice, nice, cool stuff. And so what's your idea? What's your idea? You can say here using utils. Not letting me. So this is public static class utils. And you say, I'm going to name it Undying. And what's it going to be about? So I think I can use this like using, well, I don't think I'll need the namespace, but I can create here just utils. Or, yeah, I think I'm just going to do it the way I was doing it before, or just using namespace. Using namespace. And the name is going to be utils. And why is it throwing me an error? It says identifier expected namespace is a keyword. It's a keyword. Namespace not folder structure expected asset that scripts. I'm gonna go back in here, and I'm just going to create like utils. So I could just do, and what's the problem with this? It should be static. And I'm going to go in here and say, well, I don't know why before I was using it away, and today I don't have those changes. And Clark, say, I just had an idea where your player, when it dies, gets to experience the same day, hence the name. I have no solid idea of how it's going to be yet, and I know the idea is kind of cliche. It just popped into my mind, you know. It seems like Garbage Day. There's a game that's called Garbage Day. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it has like the same concept or similar concept. And I think it's an idea that was explored like on 2014, 2015. So I think a comeback of that idea, maybe reimagined, could be something cool. So I'm gonna create a utils, and it's gonna be utils static type utils. Yeah, I guess I can't declare static type. So maybe utils is going to be, since I can't declare this, I just need to use utils that get normalized. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to do before. Just that, just putting in static is going to be enough. So I can use it from anywhere. And Clark could say, yeah, I know, right? I'm going to make this my main project now. Cool stuff. Nice. So are you going to try to do that on 2D, 3D, what engine are you using? And JavaScript developer, you say, hi devs and artists. What's up, JavaScript developer? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So yeah, I'm going to just replace this utils everywhere. Utils. Since I want to use this function not only on, well, previously it was only on the bot enemy. So I want to use this throughout the script. And yeah, so I turn it into utils. And now I can just save, and the bot enemy should work the same. And Clark, you say, I just get the feeling people will like it, or I will like it. If you like it, I think it's enough for a project. I don't know if you have to sell it. It's going to be probably um, another story. But if you like a game that you do, I think that's more than enough. And like you say, I'm gonna try it in G-Develop. Nice, cool stuff, cool stuff. And yeah, I'm gonna go in player. So now that we have this figured out, I'm going to go to player attack area, and on here, like I need more things, really. Like maybe I need to communicate with the enemy health. Could this be right? Because I will communicate with health script. Yes. So I will need on enemy health. I'll need a reference. And JavaScript developer, you say romanleco, you will become a millionaire, bro. Dude, I hope so. Or at least earning money or something. And like you say, I also searched that you can transfer developed games on itch.io, so I will use that engine since I don't know how to code. But it's still going to get you more like closer to knowing how to code. And it's still like handling logic. So yeah, super helpful, super helpful. Even though if it's not like code that you write here, it's still like logic. So like you say, you'll get there, Roman. Thanks, dude. Thanks. So yeah, I'm going to go here, and I'll have to have communicate with the enemy script. So enemy, I'm gonna have here enemy script, and on start I'm going to assign this. So on void start, assigning this. And the way I'm going to assign this is enemy script is going to be on just get component, because I'm on the same level or on the game object, on the same game object as this other script. Just getting the enemy, and I'm going to do a null check. Enemy script is null. I'm going to debug that log and error. Debug that log error. And this is going to be enemy script is null. And I have so many ideas. Like I also want to make more games. Not just this one. But I'm liking the game that we're doing right now. It's just that every time you do another game, you always have like a million ideas. And Clark, you say, yeah, I will make this game. I swear, I'm gonna conquer my procrastinating. I know you will, Clark. And since you're using an engine that you like, I know you will. And Kiamber, you say, hello everyone. Hello, Kiamber. Welcome to the stream. Oh, you were already here. You were the first to join. But still, hello. And JavaScript developer, you say, at least you can print hello world in JavaScript, Clark. Kiamber edits, you say, I was eating. And Stoner Jesus here. What's up, Stoner Jesus? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Say fail. What? Oh yeah, because there's no space going down for the face. And yeah, so on here, I'm gonna say. So how are you, Stoner? How are you? Yeah. So I want to debug log error. Enemy script is null. And here, public override void receive damage. So I also need to have another public void receive damage. And this one is going to have a vector. Like we already did this yesterday, but I think I didn't save the changes to GitHub, or I discarded the changes more than didn't save. And Stoner Jesus say, hello, what's up, my friends? I'm doing okay. That's nice that you're doing okay. And Clark can say, and I know I'm called a gaslighter here, but I swear I will finish this project. I promise. I trust you. I trust you. And JavaScript developer, you say, tonight I was sick and slept 1 hour. Dang. And how are you feeling with the 1 hour of sleep? How are you feeling with that hour? So I'm gonna have not another float, but a vector 2, and it's gonna be butch, or it's gonna be, yeah, butch vector probably. I'm gonna call this butch vector. I think I called this way differently yesterday, but I think butch vector still makes sense. So yes, I will do the base, receive damage, then game manager instance that reset airborne attack. And what else? I think I should do this before. Yeah, I should do this before, because if the enemy dies and doesn't do this, the like it's not going to count for the player. Because here on the when you hit an enemy, I'm going to tell the player, okay, if you hit the player or if you hit the enemy on the air, you're going to be able to hit another time on the air. Otherwise, you just have like one time that you can hit on the air. So I want to probably do this before I do the receiving damage, because if I do the receiving damage first and the enemy dies, it's not going to be able to tell the player that it can do the next attack on the air. And JavaScript developer, you say, I feel sleepy. Oh, with 1 hour? Yeah. And Clark, you say, same low. I just sleep through the time when I'm sick. Like today, I slept 3 times already. Yeah, that's the thing about being sick. Like you're like always sleeping and you're like super tired. So yeah. And Clark, you say, the overhead messages is looking much fast today. Nice. I didn't notice, but I'm gonna check that out. Like I'm gonna be seeing that. So yeah, super fast, super fast. I didn't know. I know what's happening. I didn't change anything. Like that's not my not something that I did. I think that the guys in Castle Lab just did that. And Cucumber Edit say, hey Clark, do a boss battle. Yeah, if you want to, you could do a boss battle. And Jobless Dan says, we're trying to catch the stars. What's up, Jobless Dan? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah, so what I'm doing here is, first of all, like Jobless Dan, I'm working on a platformer here, movement focused platformer, and I'll show you what we have for now. So this is it, what we've been working on. And now I'm trying to make that you can damage this characters here. There's also another enemy that has some AI that's pretty basic. You can also have some NPC placeholder here that you can chat with. You can also teleport or fast travel, really, because there's specific points that you will be able to fast travel to. The combat, it's nice. I think the animations, I'm not doing the animations myself. I'm working with an animator that is doing that. And we have wall sliding, we have ledge grabbing, and a bunch of other cool stuff for now. And a part of that, we have this minimap. So that's all we have for now. And now I'm working on making the enemies be punched when you hit them. So if you punch or if you hit an enemy or attack an enemy, it's gonna have a little bit of a punch. Also, just Clark Silent and Cucumber Edits has joined. Yeah, you have to put exclamation mark join and choose your class. So it could be Ranger, Druid, Bard, Necromancer, Priest, Mage, or Warrior in there. I think they're joining 2v1. No, I think you're going to get screwed there. Say Roman join. I didn't get a chance to. And the thing is, since I'm doing changes here, like last time I joined here and I was doing changes, like my turn got skipped. So maybe for the next one, I'll join so we can have a better chance to win. In JavaScript developer, you say I couldn't sleep at night, fearing which spirit might come to me. So you had a rough time sleeping. That's bad. Okay, I'm going to go in here, and I want to call the enemy script. On enemy script, I will have um, a push function, probably, or something like that. So yeah, in here I'm going to call this public void, or does it have to return anything? I don't think so. Void. And it's going to be push itself, or do push. And I'm going to pass this a vector. Or it's just assigning. It's just assigning the vector. So it's public int, or no int. I'm not returning anything. It's public void assign movement vector, and I'll need to pass the vector to, and it's going to be called vector. And I'm just going to pass this to movement vector. So movement vector is going to be equal vector. Or I could just add movement vector. I'm gonna see what works best. And clock is a recruit, yeah. And Force Robin says, well, sends a people there. What's up, Force Robin? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. How are ya? And Gumber edited to say we're ants on his elephant. And you're having a rough time with the boss there. So Force Robin, let me tell you what we have now. I've been working on a platformer. So this is a platformer game I've been working on for the past 16 days. And you say, thank you, I'm good. How about you? That's good that you're good. I'm pretty good too. Pretty good. So yeah, this game that I've been working on is, I'm working with an animator too. And with other people that's helping me test and come up with ideas. And we have those two enemies. I don't know if you were able to see them, but this one, the octopus enemy, there's still a lot to do with the enemies. I'm just working on the player mainly now. And this is also the other bot enemy. We have this NPC placeholder system. We have fast traveling, so points you can go to fast travel. There is some movement going on here. Like there's some ledge grabbing, there's wall sliding. Even though we didn't have animations for wall sliding, it is implemented. And also we have this map. And what I'm working on is having the when the player hits an enemy, it's going to push them somewhere. So depending on where you are, you're going to push them somewhere. And you say, hey, that's cool. Thanks. So yeah, that's what we've been working on for the past 16 days, and this is day 17. And JavaScript developer, you say, I think romanleco was playing stream avatars last night. Is it fun? So stream avatars is the thing that I use for displaying these characters on screen. So a lot of people think that what I do for having these avatars on stream is doing something with stream elements. But no, the stream avatars is what this program is like, or what this program is. So what I use. So yeah, I'm going to go back to here, and I'm going to say, do I just have to assign it? I'm still thinking, should I assign it or add to this movement vector? I don't really know, but I'm going to try just assigning it now. So enemy script, I'm going to call the enemy script. I want to have this as a private, because I always put that, even though it's already private, I like to specify this. And in here, I'd like to have an underscore before my variable, so I can call them easily here. So enemy script, I'm going to assign movement vector, and the movement vector is going to be assigned by another function. So I'm just going to return a vector 2, and it's going to be get push vector, or I don't know. Here I don't want to calculate this. I just want to set it on here. So push vector is going to get assigned here. Push vector. The thing I want, or where do I want to get the calculations? I want to get them when I on the attack, so on the player attack probably. And JavaScript developer, you say, cool, Roman. And Clark Silent, you say, I still like the main character. He's sassy. Yeah, the main character looks good. I don't know if it's sassy. I wouldn't say it's sassy. Maybe on the or it looks sassy. Maybe on here, on this image here, maybe a little bit. But overall, it just looks cool. And what's the problem with it being sassy? I think that's okay. And Cucumber did say, I forget the commands to see the command list. So yeah, it's exclamation mark avatar commands. And yeah, so I'm going to go now on player attack. And when I call the enemy health, or yeah, when I do the receive damage thing, I'm going to just do the calculations here. So receive damage, and I also going to pass a vector. So I will have another function here that is going to be private because I don't need to use it anywhere. I'm going to return something. So I'm going to return a vector too. And what's the name of the function is going to be get push vector, or calculate really. Well, it's getting, so I know that I will calculate it and pass it. Now I'm going to, for now, so it doesn't give me any errors, I'm just going to create a new vector 2, and it's going to be equal, or its name is going to be push vector, and it's going to be new, or sorry, vector 2, that's 0, just for now. So I can just return this push vector and doesn't give me any errors. And I just want to use this here on get push vector, or yeah, get push vector, and that's what I'm passing to the receive damage function on the health script. So I think there's a problem because this should be enemy health here too, replacing it, because this function receive damage that you can assign float and also a vector 2 only exists on enemy health, but not on health itself. So I just have to tweak that. And like you say, yeah, no problem with it. He's cool and sassy. And JavaScript developer, you say the easiest programming language, binary. Do you know why? Why JavaScript developer? Binary. Who codes in binary? Yeah, so I'm going to calculate this now. And the way I'm going to calculate this is I should get the player position really. So in here, I'm going to get private transform. It's going to be player, the player transform. And I'm just going to assign it at void start. So on void start, I'm going to initialize this variable with the value of this transform, that parent, that transform, so I can use it later. And also we'll need another value, and that's going to be the other, like I'm going to have to pass something to here. So what will I pass? I will need to pass another vector, and vector 2, and this is going to be the collider pose. So the position of the collider, whatever I'm hitting. So here I'm just hitting an enemy, but I need to pass a collider. In Cucumber, you say, well, you're doing a deal. You say, yeah, yes, Dev, I listened to Funk Universo. It's good. I will surely make one. And also tell me your favorite car name. In JavaScript developer, you say, yeah, because it has only a 0 on 1. Well, but it's super. I don't know if you can even like use binary. Like you just have to be like super genius to use binary, really. If it's even possible now. And I'm gonna get the push vector to other that position, or other that transform that position. And that's what I'll need here. So on here, I'll calculate the push vector that x is is gonna be collider pose that x minus the player transform that position that x. And why did I wanted to get this utils going on? Because now I can just say utils dot get normalized difference, and I can use this here. And I'm doing the same thing, but now for the y. So on here, I'm just going to select every x on here and replace it by a y. So now I can just pass this, or I could multiply this by anything that I want. But for now, I'm just going to assign that. So I think I'll have to add this. And let's try first. So I'm going to press play now. And it says heavy attack files. Okay, so I think, well, it seems like I'm registering. Before I was registering this, so maybe there's a problem. I'm gonna see here on enemy health if this is getting called. So I'm gonna say debug.log, debug.log, and I'm gonna say receive damage called, and I'm going to put the time too. I'm gonna save this. Let's see, and let's try. And yeah, JavaScript developer, you said yesterday I worked a little bit with CapCut. Nice. And made a meme for romanleco. Yeah, I saw that meme. I really liked it. I think it was super funny. The ghost of the Black Ops. And JavaScript developer, and Clark, you say, yeah, I saw it. It's go. And JavaScript developer, you say, I feel like I'm dying from coughing. Dang. Okay, so I'm trying to attack or do the attacks here. And it doesn't seem like I can. And Jumper edits to say, oh, that's nice because practice makes you perfect. Yeah. JavaScript developer, you say, I'll game this, need you? Thank you. And Egg, you say, cool, what's up, Egg? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. How are you? Egg? I'm just trying to make the enemies, apart from receiving damage when you hit them, be able to be launched sideways or up, depending on where you, from where you hit them from. And I just say I'm good. Nice, cool stuff. Doing good. And JavaScript developer, you say I just learned how to add text and split video. Good, cool stuff. So I'm going to delete these messages here, or comment these messages, so no longer need to send them. I already know what's happening here. What I need to know now is if this receive damage function is getting called. No, it's not. No. So let's see why this could be. And JavaScript developer, you say, today I became a professional pixel artist. Yeah, I saw your pixel art. I like the creeper one. And Clark Silent, you say, welcome, Egg. Welcome, Egg. So yeah, what could be the problem in here? Mainly it's not getting called. Like, this is just not happening. So that's a problem. But this should be called. And let's see here. This has for references. Maybe it's because I'm using base that receive damage. I think I'm going to, like, I could separate this really. Just since this is the same name as this, maybe it's not working as I wanted to. So maybe I'm just going to call this another way. So with butch, I'm going to call this way. So I know that the problem with this is not the naming. And can be ready to say, yeah, and if you need a spread, just tell me. Yeah, so still not getting damage. Well, I did call the function there, but it seems like for this enemy it doesn't do anything. For this one doesn't do anything. Yeah, so I'm going to see an egg. You say, be right back. Okay, egg. And Clark, you say, cheat, Roman, you're so close to 900. Congrats. Roman be grinding. So how many people are we here? Yeah, we're so close. Like, yes, I think there was a day where like a 20 plus people joined. It was wild. Wow. So it tells me here we are 886 people. So yeah, super close. I'm going to see here if, well, now that this should get called, right? Because I have a different name. The thing is, this should get called. Attack area is active, receive damage called. Like this got called, but only on one of the enemies. So maybe I'm not using the enemy health script on the octopus enemy, because that's the one that is not working. So receive damage. I'm going to, yeah, so this should stay like this. The thing that I have to change is this name here. So I'm going to do the base receive damage. And I'm going to, just to check that this is happening, I'm going to go on enemy, I should have the health script here. Where's this? Okay, so let's just try first to see on the map. We have the enemies. We have the first enemy. Let's go there, where it is. And on here, yeah, that's the problem. I have, instead of enemy health on here, I have just health. So that's why it's not calling it. So what I need to do is just say here. Let's see. So where do I have this script? I think it's, yeah, it should be on the scripts. So I'm gonna go on scripts, enemies, and here, instead of health, I'll just have enemy health. I'm going to like assign the same thing. So here is currency, dropping prefab. The maximum health is gonna be 40. And this works mostly the same thing or the same way, but it has some extra behavior on there that's specific for the enemy. And now let's try this. Yeah, now it does work. But there's a problem too. The problem is probably getting called more than once. So if I go here, receive damage called, new currency entered range. So there's a problem with this in the way that the enemies should not be eliminated at once. They should be like just the health should be reduced, but not completely. So if I go to the player attack, attack cooldown time, I have here the attack area and stuff. So I think it's on player attack area. I'm going to say damage, and the damage is set to 10 from the player attack. This is up from the player attack. And Tassin Khan says, hello, hello, hello. What's up, Tassin, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How are you? So, I'm going to see if, one, I'm calling this more than once. So that could be the problem. Or, I'm also going to put more debugs here. So when I get the get push vector, well, I don't need to do this. I need to go on enemy, well, on the normal health, because that's the script that I'm inheriting on enemy health. So I'm going to go in here and open the health script. Where is this? Here. And Aggie said, cool. You really like that word, huh? Okay, I'm going to go for a little, just opening the, I'm going to open the window because it's getting super hot here. And I'm going to be right back. Okay, I'm back. And the thing you say, I think I will publish my game tomorrow or the after tomorrow. Nice. So whenever you have it ready, feel free to share it on the Discord community, and I'll gladly check it out. And say my thumbnail is ready, I guess. Nice, nice. So if you want to, you can share it on the Discord community, and I'll be able to see that. And Egg, you're just evolving other. you follow all the cycle of evolution there. I'm going to let's see, what do I want to do in here? I wanted to put some messages on receive damage. Let me just sneeze. Yeah, so I want to, and when I receive the damage, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to call also going to call this. So receive damage, debug log receive damage, and I'm going to say received damage, and also going to put the damage that I received and the time. So the time. And Tassino say, hey, is there any way that I can share it with you? If I don't have Discord, I can't create a Discord account. You can if you go here. I'll show you. So if you go to x.com, I think I don't know if I should show X. There's some pretty wild stuff here, but I'm gonna go to my homepage or my account. Let me search this for you. So on here, this should be okay. If you go on X, I don't know if you have an X count, but that's the other way you can reach out. So yeah, you will need to just go in here and just add romanleco_dev, romanleco_dev. So that's another way you can reach me. And if you can't, like any other, like that way or the other, you can just go on my email. So my email is this one, dev@gmail.com. So yeah, you can go there. You know if it's showing for you? Yeah. So you can go in there and send me whatever you want me to see. And Cucumber edits to say, again, my avatar disappeared. Yeah, you have to be like on, I think it's like 5 minutes until it goes away. So you have to chat. Yeah, so I'm gonna go in here, receive damage. I'm gonna put the damage that I'm receiving. And what else? So I just want to see if this is getting called multiple times, because this enemy, like the octopus enemy, has 40 health. The attack on here is okay. So here I'm getting an error. Close the interaction radius. Transform that position. Currency on range that count. There's an error happening. The object of type has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Direction equal Courage collider to D, C in currency on range. So I'm gonna go in here. And first of all, so I'm gonna do a check before I do any of this. I'm gonna check if C is not null. Or yeah, if C is null, I'm going to do something. I'm going to say, well, don't do this. So if C is not null, I'm going to do everything here. Or yeah, I think I'm going to say if C is not null. So I'm just going to null check and going to put everything on here. So on here. Save, and I think that should avoid this error. And Clark say, I had an idea. Since I can only make my game on phone, shouldn't I just give the coding footage landscape so that I can include in a YouTube video? Maybe that's a good idea. That's a good idea. And yeah, I think it is. Okay, so I did call this two things. So I'm doing 10 damage on here. 10 damage. And I want to check. Am I assigning the max health? Maybe that's something I did not do. So here on normal enemy or normal enemy health, I'm saying on start, I should say, well, this is the one I want to compare it to. So yeah, I'm doing two voice starts that are different. So on here, enemy health, I should have health equals maximum health. So that's why it was not working for the enemy health script. And Yurusu, you say, hey man, awesome stuff. What's up, Yurusu? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much. And yeah, so what I've been working on now, or what I'm working on now, is just poaching the enemies when you damage them. And I think that well, I just fixed that it wasn't working before. Like the enemy wasn't getting the max health assigned at first, so it didn't have any health. So whenever I hit an enemy, it was just getting eliminated. So I just fixed that. And what I'm trying to do is when you hit an enemy, the enemy is going to be pushed back or pushed up or whatever, but it's going to be pushed some way. I'm glad you say, hey, welcome, Yuriso. So yeah, I'm going to go in here again, and I have on player attack area, I have the get push vector. So the get push vector, I'm just assigning it here on receive damage. And I want to see what this value is like. And doesn't kind of say, yeah, hey, I sent you an email. I'm gonna check it out. Give me a second. I'm opening this so I can see what you sent me. Let me see. I can see it from here. I don't know if yeah. So if I share here, like this is going to be your thumbnail. I think it looks awesome. I like it. This is going to be the spy sound. Yeah, so let me know when you have it on itch, because I would like to play it. And doesn't can you say it is for playtesting? Oh, for playtesting. Nice. And that's good for like doing playtesting. You can learn a lot of what your game needs or what could be improved when you do game testing. So yeah, on here I'm going to put a debug.log message. That's going to be just push vector, because I want to return the push vector before I return it. I want to know what it is. So I'm just going to log the push vector plus the time that it was it got called time on the messages I put before. So on here, the messages I put before, on health, for example, I don't need this anymore because I already know that I'm doing this. So I'm just going to remove it so we have more space for the messages that are important. Down here, I'm going to do the same thing. So no longer need this. Save. Let's wait for this to load, and let's play this. So I just want to see what the value on here is. So when for example, now I hit that enemy, the monster, like the octopus enemy. I'm gonna go there on the monster, so you can see this. So yeah, I just hit it from the right, and the push vector, it says or tells me here is -1 and -1. So this is like it's going to push it, or should push it to the left, and also going to push it down. So the thing is, I need to know when I'm assigning it. I need to know what is happening there, or well, the vector. So I'm gonna go on the, I don't know if I can see the movement vector here. I think I can. So I can just read it from here. What we're interested in is this movement vector. So this variable in here, or these variables in here, they are pretty small. I don't think you'll be able to see them on stream. So I'm just going to move my face over here, but I'll tell you what it is. So it's 2 on the X, is 0 on the Y, and it's 0 on the Z. You know why I can't hit it? Yeah, there. So when I push, or when I attack this, it's gonna set the movement vector to -1 there. And I guess this should only be like called maybe I need to do this another way. So what I'll need to do is on here, like I'll multiply this by the attack thingy, like the attack. Let's see. So I'm thinking of having a vector that is going to be like, so I'm just going to pass a vector, and instead of just assigning it, I'm going to sum. So adding the push vector to the moving vector. So it's going to work differently. And what I'm going to do here is just I'm going to go on enemy, and I'll say here, instead of assign movement vector, I'm going to say assign push vector. So push vector is going to have its own vector, or on dedicated vector on the enemy script. So I need to create that. I'm going to go in here, and I'll say here private vector 3 or vector 2 is called push vector. And I can just assign it here. So push vector is going to be equal to push vector. I also want to have a public or private, really, because I don't need to use this anywhere else. And it's going to be reduce push vector. So every second that it passes, that I like the push vector is more than 0, I'm going to say here, grab the push vector. If push vector here, push. I've read it like 4 times the same thing and all wrong. So if the push vector that x is more than 0, I'm going to do something else. If, so that's negative. And the same thing for push vector dot y. So that's more than 0. I'm going to do this, else this. So I'm going to also have a variable here that's going to be private float push vector reduce or reducing amount, reducing rate. So on here, this could be like 0. 0 something. So here 0.25 f. And now I'm going to go here. If push vector that x is positive, I'm going to say subtract. So push vector that x minus equals the push vector reducing rate times the delta time. And I'm going to check then. After I do that, I'm going to say if push vector now is less than 0, I'm going to say push vector is going to be assigned at 0, so it stops there. Equals 0. Yeah, so push vector that x equals 0. On here, yes. So now I just need to go in here and say push vector that y or x is going to be added this push vector reducing rate times the delta time. So it's just setting it back to 0, but slowly. So push vector dot x is going to be equal, or is going to be more than 0. If it's more than 0, I'm going to say push vector equals, or that x equals 0. So it's set there. And also on here, doing mainly the same thing. It's mainly the same thing. So it's just saying push vector. I think I'm just going to copy this and replace the x's for y's, because it's really the same thing. On here, we have an x here, x in here. So just replace for not t, but y. And on here, the same thing. So just replacing the x's for the y's. And what else? So I want to I want to call this. I know there's better ways to do this, but for now I just want to keep it simple. So for now, I'm gonna go in here. Whenever I do the movement, or yeah, the movement vector, I want to see where do I assign this. Because here I'm using rv that velocity is equals the movement vector. So before doing this, I'm gonna say movement vector plus the push vector. And what's the problem with this? Operator plus is ambiguous on operands of type vector 3 and vector 2. So what I'll do is cast this as a vector 2, or I could cast the other one as a vector 2. Cast this one as vector 2. And now I can go in here. Let me check something before. So this is right. Right too. So I'm going to go in here. Let's see. Yeah, here. So I'm going to do all of these calculations and stuff. And after I do this, so rv.velocity and whatever, I'm going to say reduce push vector. So it gets slowly down. And what would be the problem with this? The problem with this would be if I'm making this idle on fixed update instead of just update, but I don't think I am. So also, I don't want to do this like always. I'm just going to check if push vector that x is not equal to 0 and or push vector that or I could just ask here push vector doesn't equal vector 2 that's 0. So if it's not 0 on the x and 0 on the y, I'm going to do this. And here, what's the same with this? So this is going to be assign push vector, not movement vector now. Assign push vector. And the Butterman say, morning, I slept the worst. I know I shouldn't eat late, but what's up? What's up, the Butterman? It was cool to see you yesterday on stream. By the way, hello, by the way. It was good to see you yesterday on stream. I was the whole time on your stream. I learned a lot on the first hour that I could be like fully in the stream. So good stuff. Good stuff. Keep it up. So what I'm doing now is the same thing that I was trying to do yesterday. I did end up using or doing the thing that you told me, and it was just saying static or making the class static, and also the function that I wanted to use static. So now it's working better, or it's working really. Now I'm just trying to assign like push vectors to whenever I hit an enemy, it's gonna go one side or another, or just go up and down. And why did you sleep that bad? Why is the reason you slept that bad, Butterman? Or how should I call you? Like by your username here, or other way? Okay, so here when I say receive damage, enemy script that assign push vector. And Croker, you say, what's the name of the octopus? I couldn't sleep, or sorry, I couldn't talk with the. Well, that's another truth, but I couldn't talk with my colleagues or the people that I'm working with, so I couldn't just tell them what name could be, and yeah, so I have the name that you told me, like, or was it you, Kroko, that suggested the name Squitchy? So I'll still have to talk with them. But yeah, so no name for now. No name for now. Like say Octoschool would be a good name too. So I'm going here and assigning the push vector. I want to go on the enemy script and see when I assign the push vector. If I remember to say woke up like at like 12 and went back to sleep about 4 a.m. Broken up sleep is rough. I know, right? It's super bad. Dude, like I get to sleep on time, but I just can't sleep. Like I just don't. And it sucks because it's like a vicious cycle. Don't judge my code here, please. Or yeah, roast me. So I know I could do this other way. It's just reducing, just checking if this is more. So this is positive. I'm doing the rest, like subtracting. And if it's negative, I'm adding. So yeah, maybe I could do the other way. But for now, what I care about is not this. What I care about is this. I want to have this push vector. I'll serialize it so I can see it on the inspector. Because I could debug it, but I don't care. And And Department, you say, also your stream is kind of odd. I think you're streaming 2 times on YouTube. I saw 2 streams on YouTube of day 17. Yeah, so I'm running 2 streams. There's one vertical stream that has a different layout. So you can see me like on charts and get discovered on charts. And there's the normal one and the one that I do like the most. That is just the horizontal one that you're on right now. I think. I don't know if you haven't showed up on the avatars. Maybe you are on the horizontal one. And the Barterman, you say, don't worry, you saw my code. When prototyping, we party hard. Yeah, that's right. So I don't know if you're on the horizontal one or the vertical one. I think you're on the vertical. Because if you were on the horizontal, you should show up on. Well, you can check what's the title of the stream. Ah, yes, I'll go to the other one. Yeah, so that's why there's two showing up. Well, mainly the main one is just the horizontal, but the vertical one is for people that are discovering me on charts mainly. And the other one, you say, I'm on the horizontal. That was the next weird thing. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah. So I want to see this. Like what value do I get on the butch vector? Yeah, this value doesn't change. This value doesn't change. So if I go here, enemy, and the bottom one, you say, okay, yeah, this is better. Yeah, it's way better. I think the vertical is just or I think the horizontal is like 2 times better than the vertical one, because you can see what I'm writing, and also there's like a better layout going on, and also you have the avatar, so it's like a really weird, really better than the other one. So yeah, the butch vector, I don't think I'm changing or doing anything with it. Like I don't think it's like working at all, because I am assigning it. And I'm going to multiply it by 5 for now, because I think this is just too low. Because yeah, on player attack area, I'm just going to use this push vector. Well, push vector. I'm going to multiply by 4 or something. Yeah, 4 for now. Just hard coded for now, just so we have another type of value. And then probably going to do a variable for that. And like you say, sup, I think I've seen that name before. I just kind of forgot. So the Barterman was yesterday on stream. He also streams, by the way. When he starts streaming, when I stop streaming. So could be a good follow-up. The Barterman, you say, yeah, yesterday we chatted a little. So here. Start attack cooldown. And Egg, you're back. Hello, welcome back, Egg. Welcome back. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how I want to, or how I'm going to assign this, because I don't think this is like listening to me or doing anything really. Okay, so if push vector is not equal to vector 2, that's 0. So I'm going to expand this. I want to know if this is getting called. I don't think it is. Debug.log. Yeah, debug.log. And I'm going to call push vector or reduce push vector. Reduce push vector. And I'm going to add the time here. Time. And yeah, you say thanks. And development, you say W/V. What's that? What's that? So if I hit now, push vector, like the push vector on this enemy should be assigned to -4. Yeah, it's -4 and -4, but like this is not getting reduced, and I don't think it's getting like assigned there on the movement vector either. And the bottom line, you say, so are you using rigid body on this? I am using rigid bodies. Oh, W/B is walking back. Oh, okay. Get it. Let's see. So down here, basically what I'm doing is just calculating this, and I'm adding it to the way moving the characters is by rigid body, but that velocity. So I was using the movement vector before, and I'm just adding the push vector, whatever it is. I'm just adding it. I'm just trying stuff for now, and I don't think this is getting called. Like I just need this to get called if the x, or well, if the push vector is not 0, 0. And the bottom line, you say, can you use explosion force to knock back? I guess I could, and I could try that. So I could change here, and when assign push vector, instead of assigning it to push vector, I could just say, I could just grab the rigid body. I could add force vector to force. So the force could be the push or the vector that I'm getting here. And force mode, I think there's force mode to the force impulse. I don't know what else is there, but apply specified force to rigid body. So this is add force to the rigid body using its mass and using its mass. So the thing is, I don't know if this is going to work. Let's just use impulse for now. Let's try with impulse, and then we'll try with the other one. And you say you need 3 things: position to normalize direction, force, and range. But I already have like the, let's see. So the position to normalize direction is, I think, the vector that I have here. The force is one of these force modes, right? And the range, let me read the documentation. Let me pull this here. Rigid body, force, unity docs. Rigid body that force. So the force vector in world coordinates. So there's the mode. How do you use it? So there's the force, the mode, and what else? It's just that, it seems. Or at least that's what it's showing me here. And the department, you say, no, Unity has a built-in called explosion force. Okay, I'll try that. Explosion force. So it's not on the rigid body. Explosion force. It's not on the rigid body. Explosion force. Rigid body that add explosion force. So float explosion force, explosion position, explosion radius, upwards modifier, force mode. The thing is, yeah, I'm going to try that, but I don't know if I'll have enough control of this, because I need to have more control over this, because for example, sometimes I just want to knock it back or knock it up some certain amount of like an exact amount of height, you know. So I'm gonna go in here, RV dot add explosion force, read body, add explosion force. Am I reading it wrong? Do I have to use something specific? And the barter manager say, are you dealing with velocity or vectors? I think I'm going to use like velocity, but I'm choosing to, or I'm assigning those velocities with vectors. You said like an use both. So yeah, so I want to use just velocity. Just with velocity is what I'm going to be using. But I'm going to use vectors, for assigning it. Just that, since I'm doing it here, and the movement vector is working all right. But I'm just casting it to vector 2D. Like can use those, and the other one you say. So basically, you want bounding forces. What bounding forces are? Bounding forces. Okay, I don't think this is going to work for me. Trying to stop force. What are the bounding forces? Can you explain? And Clark, you said just a question. What's the difference between velocity and vectors? So the velocity, of what I understand, is the well, for example, I'm using a velocity to give to the enemy. So a velocity is the direction plus like the force or the input that is being applied. Is probably not exactly that. That's the way I understand it. And vectors is just coordinates. So x, y, and z. And Nico 2, you say hi. How is your day going? Going pretty well, Nico 2, and welcome to the stream. Welcome. And Egg, you say I'm getting closer to 1,000 gold. Yeah, closer and closer. And Nick, you say, did you actually think your decision through, Roman? I thought about it, yes, and I what you said before on Discord. I think, yeah, maybe I just have to check, or I have to see, because if I change the stream I work, or the hours of the stream I'm going to be streaming on, or really like the time zone I'm streaming on, I do think I'm going to get more North American public, and yeah, so I think we do have more chances with a higher CPM to survive as a channel, and yeah, so I was trying to go for February, just trying it like February, all of February, so I can see what the audience is like, and YouTube tells me what's going on there, And the bottom line is say it's algorithm for keeping forces within a bound. Yesterday, that character controller and enemies were all rigid body. They all use a floating capsule, also which using forces, bounding forces. Yeah, so I'm limiting the amount that I'm going to be applying the forces on, or I'm limiting the forces that I'm going to be applying. But at the same time, like I just want to like be predictable. So it's always going to be uh one force applied, and you're going to get the same result always when you hit one way or another. And like you say, oh, I get it now, thanks. No worries, mate. It's okay, it's my pleasure. And Nick to say, because it's not that I'm angry because I won't be able to use Roman GPT, but I just don't think it's smart. I do think it can work, so I'm going to try through February. I'm going to start streaming at 8 p.m. instead of a.m. here. So yeah, because otherwise, like with the audience that I'm getting right now, I don't know if the channel is going to survive. Like I know 1 year seems like a lot of time, but it's really not. And the bottom line, you say it sounds complex to approach, but in reality, it's simple math. You pass in a vector and have forces bound to that vector using velocity decay. So what I was trying to do before is just in Clark Silent, you say at the end of the day it's night. So what I was trying to do before maybe some uh it was just reducing the push vector. So the push vector, I just assign it whenever I hit. I calculate it, I assign it, and then I'm going to reduce until it's 0. So I think that way I was gonna get like more control over it. But there are probably things that I could do with the rigid body that it's gonna be like as good, if not better. And development just say this is done every frame, which adds to the overall feel of the character, including in loading when it gets knocked back. Say if you want to control, you should probably use vectors. Velocity can be kind of rough. You could turn your rigid body kinematic and set the vectors directly. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to try to have this work with the way I'm doing it right now. So say I'm already like calculating the movement vector and whatever is like I have that already. So I'm just going to try to use it that way. And Nick, you say I'm gonna be back in an hour or 2. Okay, Nick. Bye bye, and see you when you join back. Okay, so here RV. I'm just going to go in here and say push vector is going to be equal to the vector that I'm assigning here. And enemy health. So this is all right. Assign push vector. Assign push vector. Enemy here. And Department, what are you going to be working on when you get to streaming? Or are you going to be streaming today? So I want to get this called when it's on idle. Okay, so when it's on idle, and I'm only calling this on here. Well, idle is the only thing that's happening here, so no need to do anything else. Like there's no transition to any other state. And I'm going to, yeah, so if pitch vector is not equal to vector 0, I'm going to reduce the pitch vector. So this should be that if this is not 0 on 0, it's just going to reduce push vector. But it's not happening. It's not happening. And when is this getting called? On FSM, only on FSM. And FSM is happening on update. And you say, development, you say, also, earlier question, whatever you feel cool with Arte, development is fine. Okay. Yeah, I think Arte is more like shorter. So, and I still don't know how to pronounce development. So I think I'll just stay with Arte. Or Art. I know it's Arte. Am I pronouncing it well, or well, maybe you'll have to tell me on stream because you can't pronounce it back to me. But yeah, when I go into your stream, you'll have to tell me how you pronounce Arte. Okay, so reduce pitch vector. I'm gonna get a debug.log. Reducing pitch vector. I'm getting time here. Time to time. And yeah, so the thing is, I want to. Well, I could do this before, and then on movement vector, I could just add this plus equal push vector, and I could debug this. And the thing about this, I should do this to vector 3 because like it's missing a so it's the same type, and I'm going to debug here, debug.log. What's the movement vector? Or I could just see this from the inspector, so no need to. No need to. Let's see. And the bottom one, you say, lol, Spanish speakers always do the arte. English speakers always say arty. It's art though. Okay, art. Yeah, I guess in Spanish it's e, but I know that in English is e. So yeah, I'm just going to say art. Okay, so in here, let me just see. An artist or art sounds like he likes art. Not gonna lie. Yeah, probably. I did you do your pixel art? Like that's something that I forgot to ask before on your stream. Do you do your pixel art yourself, or are you finding assets? So I'm gonna go in here on the enemy and see. Let's see the movement vector. So the movement vector is this, and if I do this, I don't think it's being assigned. That's the problem. I don't think it's really being assigned. Well, like when I go in here, and maybe this is because like I should do this after the calculations, and I'm doing it after the calculations, so I don't know why exactly movement vector is not changing. And Clark to say, oh shit, thought you were asking me, Roman. I guess I always forgot them. Oh no, I was asking Art. So if I go in here, yeah, the movement vector is set to 2, just 2 on the X. And if I hit this, the push vector is -4 and -4, but it doesn't have an effect on the movement vector at all. At all. So let me just see how I'm doing this. Because if I do a plus equals, if I just add the push vector, like I should be able to just have a different result in here. I'm gonna do 2 debugs because I'm suspecting I'm not changing the movement vector, so I'm gonna go movement vector check 1. I'm gonna say movement vector, and here debug.log movement vector check 2 movement vector. And I'm going to also like just add time because I don't want to, because I want to know when this happens. What's the problem with this? Movement vector syntax error. Art say depends if I'm committed. That project is a prototype, so it's assets or old art. On committed projects, I'll use assets or phone a friend or do it myself. It's all about time. Yeah. But the art does look good. And you say you meet good folks in game jams and Discord. I participated in like 2 game jams. I'd like to participate in more. I think they're just so good. And Mr. Alec, you say hello people. What's up, Mr. Alec? Welcome to the stream. You know, just say I actually have 2 folks in mind for bringing into this project if I get serious with it from past jams. And Mr. Alex, you say Unity for engine? Yes, that's correct. So I'm using Unity for engine, or yeah, in here. And let's see what's, yeah, the problem here is just putting this plus and movement vector. I'm going to also add the time. That time. Let's save this and let's see the messages. If I hit now, okay, so I want to see. Okay, so is this even getting called? I don't think it is getting called more than once. Like this is not happening on update, it seems. This is not happening on update. Like it just happens one time. Let's see. Yes, I'm using it here on the finite state machine. Idle. And I'm using this on update. So this should happen a bunch of times. And Artisite, right now I'm using it to rebuild my code approach. In a way, update my code library in C# to just be the best I feel I can do right now in my journey. And Mr. Like you say, I was worried for Unity when that whole situation went down, but seems they have reclaimed footing again. And happy to see it. It's a great engine. Yeah, when that situation happened, like a lot of people that were just getting into Unity, like just decided to leave, and some other folks that I already had their games published also decided to leave. So it was super like a concerning situation, but I'm glad they rolled it back and they changed the CEO. So I don't know really if there's going to be like a lot of changes in Unity, but it's just a great engine. And let me close the window here because there's like a lot of background noise. Give me a second. Okay, back. And Artis, I figured streaming it might be informative to others, especially those in YouTube tutorial help. Yeah, I think that's just so good. And one thing I like about streaming too is that, for example, if you like a game that I do, and since I do everything on stream, you can check out like exactly what I'm thinking, exactly the way I do things, and I think your approach, like your approach, is just way more of an experienced guy. Here in this channel is more like I know stuff, but I'm just trying stuff and just trying to do things work more than having everything like clear. So yeah, but I like the two approaches. Like yesterday, I just got impressed by your code, and here is more like let's do whatever works. But let's not get it. Well, if it works and it's not spaghetti, we're good. We're golden. And art, like I tried to call the Barterman then there. Art is like, yeah, it was. I still chose to learn other engines. In that time, hated the feeling of being beholden to the whims of XX I never met. Yeah, so if any, like although I've been using Unity for a long time, if something happens or whatever, like it's just a tool. Like you shouldn't like make this be part of you as a developer. I think it's just a tool. If I don't know, tomorrow Unity doesn't exist, I think I'm just going to take like a month off learning Godot or Godot and start from there. So I think you shouldn't like get too like close as a developer with just one engine or like attached. Mr. Like you say, I like that thumb roll. Okay, so the idle. The idle. I'm gonna debug log here. Is this even getting called? Because I feel this is getting called one time. So called idle, and I'm putting a bunch of comments. I'm going to delete them after I find what's going on here. And putting the time too. Save. And Mr. Like you say, I switched to Godot from Unity and decided to stay with that, even after Unity became more stable. I think like now, like on today's like scene, you can choose whatever engine, and probably like every engine that you pick is gonna be as good as the other one. So there's of course some pros and cons of using one or the other, but mostly like there's a lot of engines that are super good. So I don't think you have like a lot of options. There's also what I like and what everyone likes, I think, about Godot is that you own it. So if you want to modify it or anything, it's yours. And it's yours to keep forever. Okay, so I'm calling idle on every frame. That's not the problem then. I'm just going to delete this. So this is getting called every time. This is getting called every time. So movement timer, what is this? Movement timer. And Mr. Alec, you say, yeah, I really don't think it's going to make or break your game picking one engine over the other. And Jotbug, you say, good morning, amigo. What's the project today? It's the same as we've been working on the past days. So the platformer still. And it's probably going to be until February. Going to be the same project. And by the way, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Jotbug. Good to have you here. And Mr. Alec, you say, I agree. And Sharkwave, you say, hola, how are you? What's up, Sharkwave? Welcome to the stream. I'm pretty good. I could use more sleep, if I'm being honest, but I'm good. And how are you? So yeah, let's go to here and let's see if I attack this enemy. Like I have the push vectors minus and -4, and I think I'm just not assigning this every time on idle. I think that's a problem, or one of the problems. So on here, if I go to movement timer, I have it on here. I'm just switching if moving. I'm switching this. And Jetbook, you say, you do look tired, and I didn't realize you own shirts with sleeves. I don't. Like, this is... well, I do have like one or two shirts with sleeves, but mostly they are like all like arm's length or yeah, no sleeves. Or well, there's like short sleeves, but I don't have like the long sleeves. And I've just been streaming like two times with sleeveless. How do you call them? Like those kinds of shirts. And it's super hot here. Like I should have more of those. And Artie say it was a trick to get you to flex. Shameless. I think it was just they set me up. Okay, so movement timer. I'm calling this. Where else I'm exactly assigning the RB velocity? RB.velocity. Where could this be? So here I just know that I'm assigning it here. So am I calling it somewhere else? Don't think so. So that's the only place that I'm assigning the. Those are the only two places that I'm assigning the rigid body. And maybe if I search for velocity, yeah, that's the only place. Yeah, so I should say tank tops. So I have like 3 tank tops. I think 3 tank tops is enough. But yeah, here it's like pretty hot in Chile. It's I don't know how many degrees, and also like I'm in a closed room, so it's pretty hot here. I have to commit. Um. Okay, so push vector, push vector. I think I'm going to see, like, the thing I have to figure out is why this vector doesn't change if I'm changing it here. And movement timer is kind of doing the, maybe I have other script changing this or other function changing this, because I have my gravity but like going on in other place. Just what you say, it's like 40 Fahrenheit here, not tank top weather. I don't know Fahrenheit. Let me just translate Fahrenheit to Celsius to something that I do understand. 40 Fahrenheit to Celsius. So, 40 degrees in Celsius. Super cool. Here is like 29. And probably here on this exact room is like 32. Something like that. So it's like 89 Fahrenheit here. So I'm just, I don't know how I'm not sweating more. And Archie said this can become a bodybuilding channel slowly. It's slowly going to become a bodybuilding channel. And Jutbug say, damn, I need to be in Chile. I don't know if you'll like it like once or twice, but getting these degrees every day is not really ideal, or at least not for me. But I get it since you're like 4 degrees in your country or 5. Yeah, maybe you want to switch it up. I would gladly switch it up to 5 degrees Celsius. Okay, so get component, get rigid body, idle chasing, whatever. So update debug ground check. So this debug ground check, I want to check what I'm doing here. So here is just for just the debug, just launching the race or debugging the race. Then set player and range. We also have a movement timer. Get attack points, assign these vectors. Do we have anything else here that, yeah, here, this. So this is the ground check. That's also just like casting race to see if we're on the ground. If we're not on the ground, I'm just changing this. Where am I calling it? On collision, enter. If ground check. So if I collide with the ground or with ground, I'm just going to put this to grounded full. And on here, where am I using it? Grounded full. Where am I using it? Just what you say, if you don't have long sleeves, I bet you don't have the right clothes for 5 Celsius though. I do have like sweaters and stuff. I do have sweaters. And here, like, it does get cold sometimes in the year. But mostly the climate is pretty weird now. Like since 2020, like every summer there's like it's super hot, and then there's like in the middle of summer like a day that is super cold, like randomly. Yeah, so I'm going to delete this because I don't know. I know this is not called. This is not called. So I know that the movement timer is called. That is being called. Movement timer. Save move. So I'm assigning the movement vector here. X minus whatever. Movement timer. No big deal, true. I'm assigning the flipped. And Archie say he's in summer right now. Yeah. Hmm. Like I guess I'm using something. Um, Let me open the octopus enemy because I think I have different logic since I'm inheriting from enemy on enemy octopus. I'm inheriting just the enemy octopus. Let's see, octopus enemy. Yeah, so I'm overriding here, and maybe that is why I'm a dumbass. So I'm just going to go in here, and instead of assigning it here, what I need, really what I need, is to change the idle in here. Because, yeah, here, for example, I am using the grounded fall for making it fall and for applying like gravity and stuff. So I should probably just have this not on here because I'm not using this idle. This idle was just uh for being overridden, really. And since I put something here, I think I'm just going to yeah, I just have this for like this is the base behavior, but I think I'm just overriding it here. So I think that was a problem, just that. I'm a dumb bus. So I need on here, on the enemy, this is going to be protected. So I can use it on the inherited script. And department say base.idle. Yeah, so I could use the base.idle, but since I'm yes, if I use it, I want to have this stuff going on between movement timer and RV.velocity. So I would have to repeat this line. So I just made it again here to have this on in between. Yeah, so I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. On reduce push vector is going to be protected. So on enemy, the reduce push vector is going to be protected. Octopus enemy, yeah, this is okay. I think I can just leave this as this. What else? Push vector and yeah, so I'm going to reduce this, or should I apply it first? I think I should apply this first and then try to reduce. So movement vector is going to be equal to plus or plus push vector, and I need to transform either this to vector 2 or the other one to vector 3. So what I'm going to do is transform this to vector 2 or cast this as vector 2. And Jotbug, you say, do you find it easier to code in private or in live? I think it's way easier private. Like, not gonna lie. And for two reasons. Like the first one, like you have your full focus on the problems and you have more time to reflect and not jump. And the other one, or well, yeah, you get distracted too with the chat. So yeah, you have more focus, and also, no one can see your no one can see your cheat code. That's another plus. But I think the main thing about having, I still prefer doing it live because you can share that you're maybe someone likes your games or the things that you do. They can see that you're not like a perfect programmer, and I think that's cool. Like not knowing that you can do games while not being perfect or doing everything perfectly, because I don't think anyone does really. Like there's more or less experience on people, but ultimately when you make games and not you're not going to do them perfectly, and probably you're doing dumb stuff like I do, and I know I do. But if it works, it just works for me. And art, you say, "Lol, you saw my pain yesterday." Yeah, it's normal. I think you just got to find joy in the pain. Yeah, but my inner optimist looks like he's been beaten, like he owes money. Yeah, so that's what I think. It's or that's at least what I think of coding live. but still, it's cool. Cool. Uh, yeah, let's see now if I do this, like the push vector. Well, at least it's working again, or this is getting called. So if I say, yeah, push vector is getting slowly down, that's nice. The only thing now is that the movement vector is not getting affected by that. So on here, yeah, I'm going to use the movement vector and plus push vector, but yeah, so the movement vector is not going to change, right? But what if I do that the movement vector, so I can visualize this on the inspector. So I'm going to assign this. I'm going to turn this into a vector, or cast this as a vector tree, and just use the movement vector. But why do I want to do this way? Because I want to see this value like being assigned or being changed, exactly what I'm assigning, and I don't want to log it. And Art, you say your 2D character controller is really good. Thank you. You saw the animations yesterday, so yeah. But next time, like I learned a lot about your on your stream yesterday about how to handle. Next time I do handle animations like this, I'm not doing this again. I don't have to do this again. I can just do the going from any state to idle instead of doing that, because it both like makes me like more like have more control in the code, and also like I think it saves time. Okay, so okay, yeah, I think now it's working, but it's super super bad, but at least it's working. So let's go in here. I'm going to I have to change two things. So here, like the first time, or the first thing I need to change is on enemies, or on an enemy, I have a variable that is let's see, idle speed, chasing speed, gravity. I have a variable that is controlling the reduce, or how fast the push vector gets reduced, or the push force. I have that vector as it were a force, even though it's not, because I'm like still applying it to the movement. So yeah, in here I should have that. No, I think I have it hard coded. So I'm going to turn it into a serialized field so I can change it. Yeah, I have it hard coded. And I should also probably have this protected serialized field. Probably have this as protected instead of private, so I can access it on the inherited scripts, or the scripts that are inheriting this. And let's see. Let's put this at 0.5. I think I'll still have to, or let's put it at 1. I still have to change this on the script itself, like on the inspector, since it's serialized. And RTSA, you could just use the drag, since you are using rigid body. But does drag allow me to like have that level of control? Yeah, there's some things like maybe I should do a research section, or a research uh day of rigid body and all the things, because I think on rigid body I've just used maybe 5% of what there is to be used. Like I just use it for movement and for basic movement, and I do like everything else myself, even though it's like not needed. And I'm sure there are probably things that are implemented that I could be using, that I just don't know of. So I probably should research a little bit more. Let's see. So I'm gonna go in. So I'm hard coding the on player attack area. I'm hard coding this multiplayer. So I'm going to turn this into a variable too. So serialized field is field private is going to be float, and it's going to be the wedge multiplier. Wedge mult going to be equal to like 1.5, let's say 1.5 wedge mult, and Artie say I can go over rigid body stuff if you want today. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, that would be awesome. I don't want to. I don't want it to take your time, but if you want to, just if you want to, I would. That would be. I would really like to see that. Say as implemented in my project. Wasn't sure if I wanted to stream or do some polish of stream. So I think like streaming every day or like everything that you do kind of can get annoying sometimes because there's things that you're, for example, I think I've spent a day, some one of these days I spent like a whole day fixing something that I didn't know was or why it was broken, like if something with animation. I spent one day just doing that, and I think like for the people that joined the stream wasn't like the best. Well, they still like enjoyed it, I think, but like content wise it wasn't like super charged or anything. Okay, so I have to see what the push vector is, and I just say build a thumbnail for the next one using it. So you made a thumbnail for your next stream. I didn't get the last message. So let's see. So I have that push multiplier. I'm going to push this the other way now. So if I'm seeing here, the push vector is going to be set to 1.5. I think this like character got stuck. Let's reset this. Weird. So maybe it's because I'm just assigning this when I push. And I have to say I was thinking of adding some polish to the game and using it all to make a thumbnail for the next stream. Okay. And also I think you're using impulse, so the volume needs to be very small. Okay. Yeah, probably need to be very small or smaller. So I'm not going to multiply this anymore. Or, well, I could, yeah, just keep the multiplier, but instead of having it 1.5, I'm just going to go in player attack area. The push multiplier is going to be like 0.7, let's say. 0.7, and let's go to the enemy. Yeah, but the thing now is it's getting stuck. So on here, like this should be really short. So I'm gonna go on enemy on here when I say, okay, yeah, because this happens a lot when I change my variables and like my serialized variables. Yeah, when you have a serialized variable, like the values that you change in code don't reflect here. So I always forget that. I want to increase this by 1.25 or something, so it's more, way more. The push vector is back at 0, like that. So I think I'm not assigning it. I'm not assigning it as much as I should. Let's see. So if I go on enemy, or octopus enemy, rather, movement vector plus equals this. This is getting called every time, right? Yeah. The movement timer is either. So I think I'm doing something with the movement timer. Maybe I. If I go to enemy and movement timer, what am I exactly doing here? Because I'm just changing the movement vector and I'm not assigning anything here, like not rigid body velocity or anything. So yeah, here still timer is move equal false. So I'm not moving this or not doing this. I'm just checking for still timer. And Nick just said Clark just proceeded to lose money. He won instantly. I think interesting. And hello, welcome back, Nick. Welcome back to the stream. And I just say if you want a cached serialized property to always reflect editor changes on code, pass it through the method as an argument. Pass it to the method as an argument. So through here, let's see, where is this? Well, I don't mind. I don't really mind. I want to. Let's see, movement vector. Let's see, where is this? Yeah, push vector. Reducing rate is the thing that I'm using. So if I pass it here as an argument, so this is a float push vector, like this. Pass it through our method as an argument. And you say finish faster than expected. Were you doing like homework or something, Nick? So like this is the, or this is not what I want really. This is the reduce push vector. Push vector. It's a push vector reducing rate. So push vector. Like this, something like this. I get it. I don't know. And I just say Unity will always keep it updated with the value from the editor. Yeah, I don't know. Need you say no? I was working and I'm done for the day. Oh, okay, nice. And Jutebug, you say what are the little dots running around the bottom of the screen? They are from stream avatars, so they allow you like that's an app or software on Steam. You can get it on Steam. I think it's like $7. And yeah, it works with commands, so you can do whatever. Yeah, just customize your character. If you say avatar commands or exclamation mark avatar commands, like Nick said, you're going to get all the commands list. So you can check those on there. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm going to see here on the enemy. Jetbug say that's cool. I'd give him $5 or $7 for that. Yeah, that's worth it. It's worth it. Push vector reducing rate. I think I'm going to use this. So if I hit it here, the push vector is not being. It's weird. Sometimes it just works one way and the other time works another way. Because now it's like I was applying wind and that's not what I want. Like wind force. And sometimes doesn't work, like just doesn't. I'm gonna give more health to this enemy. So we can try this like more times. Where's the health? It's on here. Enemy health, I'm gonna put it to, I don't know, 1,000. And need to say also allows full per channel customization and mods. Yeah, so that is pretty cool. It's more than worth it, the $7. And RGSA, check the RVS drag. The mass of the object may also be too low. So I don't think I'm using mass for this, but I'm going to check what happens if I change the mass. So the mass here is set to 1, just 1. And the drag on the rigid body. So the linear drag is set to 0 and angular drag is set to 0.05. So I'm gonna put it to 0. I don't want any drag. Yeah, so if I save this now. Yeah, so here you see that I don't have like any drag. Let's try this. So the angular drag is for rotations, right? So this shouldn't do anything like too crazy. Yeah, and it's getting stuck there, maybe because I have something else on here. Maybe it's because on here I have on map areas I have this fast travel points. So maybe the fast travel point it's set as layer interactable, and I'm going to go in file, build settings, layer settings, basics 2D. I think that maybe it could be colliding with that. Let's see. So on enemy or interactable, it shouldn't collide with the enemy. So interactable with air enemy shouldn't collide. And also with the other enemy. So where is the other enemy? Here. Here this enemy and enemy to this side. So yeah, on interactable shouldn't collide. Let's see. Now if I press play and I hit this to this side, yeah, no, it's not getting stopped because it was just colliding with this. This thing is the thing that allows me to interact or to travel, fast travel. And art, you say 1 mass means 1 kilograms real weight for your information. Okay, so it's like 1 kilo. And divider or art, you say, lol, don't mess with angular unless you want to experience deep kinds of pain. Angular is very funny. Yeah, I don't want to mess with Angular. I'm gonna leave it be. Maybe I'm just going to pull it back to what it was before. So, but like I have the. I don't know if it should take effect, like anything on here should take effect because I have the rotation frozen. Like I'm not like doing, like I'm setting it to be frozen. But I'm not going to mess with it. I'm going to put it to what it was before. One does not simply mess with RP angular velocity. And Nikki say angular is very funny for outside view. Yeah, I think for outside view maybe. But for making the games, I don't think it's gonna be that funny. So I think that now on the enemy, what if I I'm gonna tweak these values a bit. Just start tweaking them. Let's go on enemies, enemy. On push vector reducing rate, it's gonna be like 2.5, so a lot more. Yeah, but the thing is that it slides for a bit. Slides for a bit. So maybe it's because when I hit it, I assign it only one time. On the RP, that velocity is not being assigned every frame. I think that's happening. That's what's happening. And just what you say, you have a custom setup for your computer or something more standard, like a custom setup. Like I don't know if I understand what you're referring to, like the streaming setup, custom setup for your computer or something more standard. Um, so could you clear that out for me, Jot? And Art, you say Nick's got bad intentions. Yeah. No, so I didn't build it. It's a laptop that I'm using. It's a Lenovo Legion 5. It's a laptop. Just I didn't build it. I didn't. Okay, so I'm going to see here, assign push vector. Yeah, I assigned this push vector, but the thing is, I want to see when I'm calling the RV that velocity, because I should assign that quite often, if not every frame, since I'm changing the push vector every frame. So on here, on an enemy, octopus enemy, like I do this every time, movement timer. Velocity, RV.velocity equal movement vector. So yeah, if it's not 0, 0, I'm going to reduce push vector. And next frame is going to come again, unassign this. So would be good to have the movement vector or movement timer here too. Like just see that like more like faster. So I'm gonna have it on here. And Jotberg, you say my image of you as a hardcore coding hacking genius is shattered. It's because I'm not. I know how why it took you so long to discover that I'm not a hardcore coding hacking genius. Just a passionate game dev. That's all. Just a dude on the internet. Let's see. Movement timer. Yeah, this is okay. This is okay. Move equal true. Flipped. Not equal to flipped. So I'm inverting this. And idle speed. And just to say, mine was shattered when I found out he didn't hack into the FBI at 9 years old. I should have done that. I should have just had the experience to do that and get arrested at 9 years old. Okay, so what's more realistic is like me struggling for 5 hours to figure out how to move this and not how to move this correctly. That's more like it. And just what you say, I had heard it was the NSA. I bet that it isn't true either. Like just imagine if that were true. So there's this force being applied, but the push vector, the push vector in here, like it gets assigned and it goes back to 0. I still think on here I'm going to go outside of this mode. I'm going to assign it to 2.5 instead of 1.25. It's gonna be that. And need to say not realistic. Realistically, you're getting distracted for 6 hours and work for 0.5. I would say it's half and half. And just what you say, we appreciate the realness of your streams, bro. Thank you. I hope uh well, I think it's better if I don't portray myself as being like a super hacker or whatever, because I'm really not. I'm really not. Um, and a lot of people think that when they see like someone coding, oh, this guy must be smart. Dude, I'm. If you knew, if you only knew. Uh, so okay, I'm going to see. Yeah, uh, this is more like it, like the push vector. Now it's getting assigned like I wanted to, but the movement vector is just doesn't give a crap. So maybe it's because on the movement timer, I might multiplying it by something else. Movement vector that x equals -1 idle speed. Because this is the only place that I do assign movement vector. But yeah, when the timer runs out, I'm going to put move to false. So if move is false, I'm doing this. And this is if still timer is less or equal to time, I'm going to say movement timer, move for some kinds of seconds. So maybe this could be affecting the way I'm doing this. I think there's a problem on the movement timer that is not letting me like move or is stopping the enemy. And just like you say, how many people have you had to ban? I know how wild YouTube Live can get, especially early in the game. I think just one. It was just one, and I had to time out maybe another one, but not really. Like I haven't had bad experiences really, or just one, but it wasn't that bad. It was just like a kid entered and called me like monkey or something, and that was it. That's it was just one stream. So I think it could like been way worse, and I expected way worse from the internet. Like the internet surprised me with its kindness. And hard to say, I'll be honest, I've only seen one random in my stream who started with insulting folks' mom. Yeah, but we still like have pretty small communities, so I think maybe it's because on larger communities that tends to happen more often, since it's also like harder to ban people when there are more. Maybe that's it. Um, and the other was like saying the other one that I had to time out was like about to say the N word. So yeah, I don't think like it's that bad, or I had it that bad, and I've been streaming like for 2.5 months now. So it's just two occasions. And Jotbox, you say it seems the girls that get the worst of it. I don't know about it. Could be, could be. Need to say that was a child though. Yeah, they were childs. Like there are no. I think what would have been worst is like if an adult like calls you That's kind of weird because it's not like with a child you can understand it more. They're just uh dumb. They're childs, you know. When I was a child, I was dumb too. But when you are talking with an adult, it's kind of different because you get it like it's really like hate. It's not just being dumb; it's like hate. Um, so movement vector. I'm still struggling with this. So movement vector that x equal 1 that times idle speed. Yes, but if I don't move, what exactly? What am I doing here? Am I calling this anywhere else that may be taking effect on the way I'm doing the way I'm assigning the velocities? Because I want to check if every time or every frame I'm calling the rv.velocity. That'd be good to know. So I'm going to say debug.log assigning rv velocity, and going to put the time. So they should get called every frame, and if it's not, that's a problem. But I don't need I don't know exactly why wouldn't it call all the time like on update if it's on update. And just what you say, adults can be hella dumb too. Um, yeah, they can be like be hella dumb, but like the way I was or what I tried to say is when you're speaking with a child, they are like developing. They really don't know what they're saying like all the time. So it's I wouldn't consider it hate. It's more like they're just growing, you know. And Nick to say, when I was a child, everyone thought I was smart. I until they got the memo that it was anxiety. Stress is a good motivator. Yes, it is. But stress can also lead you to not sleep, and that's a vicious cycle. Like I don't know if it happens to you guys, but when I get stressed, like I can't sleep. Like I can't sleep, and then I'm more stressed because I didn't sleep the last night, so I can't sleep the next night, and just that's a vicious cycle. And I have to say, adulting is hard as fuck, so no one's got the mental space to be that kind of dumb. And Nick to say would recommend a 10 out of 10. Jetpack to say adulting sucks. It's overrated. Nick to say children also suck though. It's a paradox. Roman, I just don't sleep. Sleeping is overrated. No, sleeping is not overrated. Sleeping is underrated. Sleep is the best. So here it seems like I'm assigning it every time. If I hit this enemy, for example, yeah, assigning RV that velocity, but not really. Don't really know why. If I'm assigning it every time or every frame, why is it like this? Okay, I'm going to make another comment here. Assigning, or I'm just going to get the RV velocity. So RV velocity, and I need to put this outside. It's going to be equal to RV dot velocity. I just want to get this. Like, what is this value? What is being turned into? And Nick, you said, nah, it's a time waster. Why would you want to be healthy and sleep? And sleep. Better to use that time for existential dread. And I'd say you generally shouldn't directly set the velocity. I shouldn't set it. So what way or how would you go around this? How would you go around this? Because I could also use the not just the rigid body, just using a normal translation. That could also work. Because I think I'm not getting, or I'm not making use of the benefits of having a rigid body here. Because it's mainly I think like I could do the same thing with just transform that translate, since this is the way that I'm doing things. Because if I say, for example, transform that translate, I don't think I'm using anything specific to the rigid body here. So I don't know if it makes sense really for me to be using it. Let's see how it works with just the translate. Okay, yeah, so it just got outside of this. Maybe it's because I'm not multiplying it by time to delta time. That's it. So movement vector times time to delta time. Just went flying. Yeah, that's more like it. No, it's still the same. And like you say, hey, I'm back. I just searched some game inspirations. Cool stuff. What are your inspirations for your game? And artists say we need to simplify the code, and to be honest, it looks like Explosion Force would be perfect solution. I dropped it because I thought you needed hit control for like combo strings, but for generic RB, no. Explosion Force. I'm gonna go in there. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to what I had before. And let's go into explosion. Like I do need some kind of control for that too, like for the combos. But I'll try it. I'll try it. And Nick, you say, since we're on the topic of sleep, did you do the damn Discord, Roman? Did the Discord, the 2FA, the two-factor authentication? Like, dude, I forgot. uh, so like I know I have to do it, but I'll tell you exactly what happened yesterday. Like yesterday, I finished stream. I started watching art stream or the Barterman stream, and I started editing video like crazy. I spent like 8 hours editing video, and I'm still not finished. Like I said, learn to install YouTube rebounds, YouTube mod, no ads, background videos, sponsor blog, etc. I see. And Jutebug, you say, I'd like to suggest a squitch sound for the octopus. I know audio is a down the line plan. Yeah, so we need to have, of course, we need to have some sounds, and a lot of sounds really. So it feels like sounds add so much to the games. Let's see, on rigid body, what you were telling me, like explosion, add explosion force. That's what you were talking about, right? Art, add explosion force. Because this is the only one that I see with explosion. So let's see. Public void add explosion force, and this should allow me to not be the radius, the float upwards modifier. Force mode is gonna be force mode at force So I don't have to assign this. This is the normal. I just have to assign these three values. These three. The explosion force, the explosion position, and the explosion radius. Excellent. You say got inspired by Undertale and Pokemon. Yeah. Like you say, I now have an idea on what I'm going to do. It will be a surprise. You guys look forward to it. It's going to be a banger game. Nice. I would like to know, but if you say it's a secret, I'll just wait for you to have the thing that you want to show us. So you're gonna go in here, and instead of just using the push vector or whatever, when I assign it, so get push vector, like I'll still pass this, I think. Need to say soon enough there will be enough content for to a fake clips compilation. I think it will. And just work to say, does Unity allow you to publish a mobile version without extra steps? I think there's some things that you have to tweak. For example, on controls, of course, you'll have to tweak some things. But I would say, well, depending on the project, it's going to be easier or harder to port to mobile. But generally, for small games, it's super easy. It's just the controls mainly. And art, you say set the position of the explosion to the character attacking, then set the radius to be like 3 and force to whatever you want. Okay, I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to listen to the voice of the experience. And yeah, so instead of get push vector here or this, I'm gonna pass some other thing. So I'm going to pass here. What should I pass? Should I pass something here? I'm going to leave this as it is, but I'm going to go on the enemy. And here, when I assign the push, assign push vector. I'm not going to use the lambda operator anymore. I'm just going to have this like this. Yeah, so what do I want to do here? I'm going to set the position of the character attacking, radius, and let me just copy this. So add explosion, explosion force. And this is the calling it from the read body. So RV, add explosion force, explosion force. So the first thing is going to be the character attacking. Position of the explosion to the character attacking. Radius to like 3 and force to whatever you want. Okay, let's do the radius. Let's do the radius first. We're gonna put it at 3 F. Then the explosion position is gonna be the. I think here I could pass the player position, but I think I do have the player position on the game manager. So for now, I'm just going to use it from the game manager. It's gonna be player game object that transform that position. I don't plan to have this like this, but for now I just want to try this. And the explosion force to whatever I want. So let's try with something small. I don't know if one's gonna be small. And let me just close the semicolon. And what's the problem with this? Readybody 2D does not contain a definition for add explosion force, and no accessible extension method add explosion force accepting a first argument of type readybody 2D could be found. Are you missing a using directive or an assembly reference? So this doesn't exist in this context of rigid body 2D. Need to say I'm gonna log in to finish the button. I can't procrastinate on it any longer, or I'll forget how the code works. Okay, Nick, good luck with that. And where is Stoner though? Don't know. Could be lurking. Could be lurking. And Art, you say force to whatever you want. Yes, I put the force to an 1F, but it seems that on rigid body 2D, because I was searching on rigid body, but maybe on rigid body 2D has some other kind of name. Rigid body 2D. Maybe it has other kind of name here. Or I have to add like 2D to this. Add force, add position, add force X, relative to, relative force, get point. So I think this is just for 3D. This just works for 3D, I think. But maybe there's something similar for 2D. And Nick, you say there are 3 watching? Can't be, unless he's literally invisible to YouTube. Maybe he's on Twitch. Maybe he is on Twitch, lurking. Let me check on Twitch. I don't think it is on Twitch. I don't think, because he was here, or he was on Twitch at the beginning of the stream. Okay, so I need to say his guy would be here. But it is Stoner Jesus. You see it there, roaming around. So maybe I could have another. And hard to say. So we can mimic the functionality by doing defender that position minus the attacker position that normalize and using add force. So yeah, I'm going to use that the add force, because I already have that. I think it's not quite normalized, but here if I go to the reference on enemy health, like assign push vector, yes, but here it's where I'm calculating it. So here I'm getting like a minus and plus, like I'm doing exactly what you said, but instead of doing this, I should just normalize it, right? So push vector that normalize, or that normalize, and just using add force. And how does add force work? Let's check that out. Force. Add force just needs a force and the force mode. So that's what I tried to do before, I think. Putting a force to this. So force can be, let's start with a 3. On the force mode, by default, is force mode to D, that force. Did you say solving a murder mystery? Yeah, so it's watching on both YouTube and Twitch. Hello, Stone Jesus. Hello. And Clark, you say what type of genre is Undertale again? Nick just says RPG, I believe. RPG. Art to say RP that add force, defender position minus attacker position times the force amount. Let's try that. So this is taking a force or a vector 2 force. Yeah, so I'm passing that. I just need, then do I need to normalize it? That's what I want to know. You see here, I'm already passing it. Do I need this, like, to normalize? And I'm already passing it, like, with the push multiplier, so I think there's no need to multiply it on there. Like, I can just pass it. But I don't know if I need to normalize it. So you send it without the normalization. I'm going to use this just vector. Because I'm doing what you said, but I'm doing it here. No, not here. I'm doing it here already. Okay, so I'll keep the normalization then. And Clark, you say, how about the action genre? When does the game get classified as one? It's pretty hard to tell. Like, I think most games now have like multiple genres, more than just one. Yeah, so now maybe I'm getting the push vector super small. Maybe I'm going to multiply it by something larger. So if I press play, I'm going to go in enemies. And here I'll have I'm going to have a reducing rate of 0. And let me just kill this enemy here. I can't. There. So I'm going to go in here. And where is the multiplier variable here? So if I go into the attack area, I have a push multiplier. I'm gonna put it to, let's say, 3. And nothing. Nothing. I'm gonna go crazy with it. I'm gonna put it to 100. Yeah, but it doesn't seem to take effect. Doesn't seem to take effect. Maybe I'm going to just have the push vector be 0. So maybe I'm doing something that I shouldn't with the y vector. Like, I have a hunch maybe that's why. But it's not. And hard to say if it's not normalized, the value must be normalized for consistency. Otherwise, you lose all control over the forces because of distance. Oh, but I was limiting them. Like, I was multiplying them by 100 and capping them at 1 or -1. And I think you say there are no guidelines for when it's actually enough. It has sword attack when it's sword. Like, but it's not horror enough. Yeah, I agree. And alright, you say, wait, question. How is that enemy moving? Is it moving using forces or transform? Using forces, so it's using velocity. RV that velocity. A rigid body at velocity. And I think that the way I was doing it before, like just capping it. Let me try something. Because I had something without normalization. I was just getting the from here, get normalized difference. Get normalized difference. And I don't think this is going to change that much. Like, I don't think it's still going to work. But this is what I was doing before. So the push vector does stay consistent. Let's see. So if I'm passing that to the enemy, maybe when I assign push vector, I want to see on octopus enemy. Like this is going to work the same because it's inheriting it. And I just say, okay, that might be your problem if you are setting velocity in other places. So I'm not setting velocity in other places. That's the thing. Because I'm just I have a push vector, or well, the way I was doing it before was a push vector that I was adding to the movement vector, and then I was only assigning once every frame. I was assigning that via the movement vector, like RV at velocity equals movement vector. So I don't understand why I can't assign this every frame, or why is it bad. But yeah, this is the way that it's moving, and I'm just changing this, the movement vector, and assigning it here on idle. Like I'm not changing. There's nowhere else that I'm changing RV at velocity. Because here, if I go RV, like I search the rigid body, there's no other way. Here I'm just assigning it on start. Then I'm using it here on the idle. This is not even getting used on the octopus enemy. Yes, I am overriding this. And here, let's see if there's another place that I'm assigning that. Here, the thing that we were trying, but I wasn't using it before. So no, not setting off velocity in other places. Maybe the problem is just the way I've been doing like everything. So for now, I'm just going to leave this as it was before. So push vector equal vector, or I could say, yeah. So that's the rub. You don't want to change the velocity with RV. You can't change the movement vector. You can't to change the movement vector. And this is double work though, since movement vector is doing the same thing as velocity in a sense. But should I use then, because I think, and I tried to use transform that position here on velocity. I'm gonna say RV, or I'm just going to say transform, or what I had before, transform that translate. Okay, so I'm going to going back in here, going back to here, on this script. I'm going to turn it back to what we had. So the add force and stuff. And maybe since I'm setting it here, I'm just going to use the translate. Transform that translate. Translate. Multiplying this by time the delta time. So it's frame rate independent. And now since I'm not using the assignment of RB at velocity, maybe. Yeah, but this works the same. And I'm using transform that translate. So the forces should be added. Should be added like this is happening. So I'm going to go back to here. Maybe I'm going to stick to using RV, or sorry, translate that, transform that translate. And artists say, no, that won't work. You cannot use transform for movement when you have a non-kinematic RV. Maybe it's because it's set to, let's see. So this RV, this rigid body, let me check you, or let me see you, or let me show you the setup of this rigid body today. So the body type is dynamic. It's not set to kinematic. Should I set it to kinematic? You see, if I set it to kinematic, if I set it to kinematic, let's just forget about moving the enemy for a moment. I'm going to change in here. This transform translate, this is not going to happen. Like anything that's moving it, it's not going to happen. I'm just going to check if this works with like this. So I don't care about the movement anymore. I'm just going to see if this is getting the forces applied. So I need to pull this enemy back because now there's no gravity. No. So now it's set to kinematic. And if I set it to dynamic again, yeah, I think I'll just go back to my bad practices and try to fix this with like this, using the push vector. So on here, I'm just going to uncomment this. RV.velocity. Need to send the YouTube. So you're on Twitch and YouTube too. And artist say, I want to download my RV experience into your head right now. Not gonna lie. I think that would be great. But since we can't, you'll have to deal with me not being able to figure it out this way. Figure this out. And need to say, making sure I'm making that money. So farming that currency. So okay, yeah. So now I going to move this to dynamic again. So I have collisions going on. So what is this? Yeah, this is the push. I want to see what is this velocity. Maybe in what, like 3 hours trying to solve this? But I don't think that's too bad. The thing is, so if I set it, Clark says, seems like Stream Avatars is also an AFK game. Yeah. Because you can just lurk in there. Okay, so maybe I'm just going to deal with it. You're gonna hate me, Art, because I'm not doing the things the way they should be. But I just want things to work. I'm going to use translate. I'm going to use translate to try again and see if this works. So here, movement vector, man, vector, time, that delta time. Nick say, of course he is. And Nick, you say, we can hate you even if you're doing it properly. If you want Roman, just tell us. You're going to hate me anyway, whatever I do, so I'm just gonna do the way I wanted to. Okay, so I'm having some jittering here. Yeah, I think that's even worse than before. Yeah, that's worst. So if I use to translate, yeah. So yeah, I want to check every time or every frame. What's this RV velocity like? So for example, it goes minus, so it's using the same as a sign on the movement vector, the same thing. So if I go in here, it says setting it to 11.3. Being set to 11.3. But that's a movement vector. That's not like really there's no problem the way the like there's no problem on the rigid body. The rigid body is acting nice. The thing is, on the movement vector, there are problems. I think there's something on the movement vector because I don't know if you were, I don't think you were able to see that. Here, I'm going to show you. Like here, I don't know if you'll be able to see this on here, but whenever I hit it, like I'm getting -1 and it goes up. But for example, there I got like -12. -12, and then it goes to 12 or whatever. So I'm having a problem with the movement vector more than the rigid body. I think the rigid body is just it's okay, but the movement vector is the thing that I'm not getting right. And hard to say. My best guess for issues is you have two values acting as velocity. Speaking to velocity directly, the velocity is a bounding value, meaning simulates Newton's third law of motion. And Clark, you say, don't worry, Roman, need to have everybody equally, hate everybody equally, not just you. And exactly, I don't think you're special. Like you say, is that bad a pet or a monster? It's an enemy. It's an enemy. And Art to say, Unity Engine specifically comes against using both RB with changes to the transform directly. Yeah, so I'll keep one or the other. So for now, the velocity is what's working best, so that's what I'll keep. But it's just a movement vector. It's a problem with the movement vector. Like I see here, like maybe this is not the way I should do it, but it's working. The velocity is working. Setting the velocity is working. The thing is I'm not calculating the movement vector correctly, and I think that's a problem because I'm getting some pretty random values that are not consistent. And it's not the velocity is being set to the movement vector, but the movement vector is not set correctly. So you say, I'm not gonna lie, you don't need movement vector at all. You want direction, but the direction is, well, I'm using the movement vector as the direction. I just called it movement vector because I'm using it for moving. But for example, I'm subtracting and doing all the calculations for the gravity on there, and it's like roughly giving you a direction. And you say also there's a 30-second delay for from message to you seeing it. Yeah, that happens sometimes. And I'm not dropping any frames. I think it's just some days it's just better and other worse. Mm, maybe a sec. Mm. Yeah, could be, could be. Um, okay, so yeah, movement vector. I want to see or want to know when am I assigning this? Because here I'm just touching the Y, so no worries about this. On the push vector, here's the push vector. I want to debug this push vector. So where am I getting this push vector from? I'm assigning it on here. So let me go into player attack area and debug the push vector. So I was getting it before. I think this is okay. I don't need this message anymore. I just need the push vector, like knowing what it is. You can say I fall for that way too often. Say, there we go. It's about 5 to 10 seconds now. Yeah, so the push vector is minus 70 and minus 70. So yeah, okay, if I hit, it's getting to 12, but the push vector is still being set to 0.70. Yeah. So it's getting a random assignment on the movement vector. Like the push vector. Maybe I'm not updating this. If I go on here, like this should just, it's a sum, so there shouldn't be a problem with this. And Clark say 5 to 10 seconds is not that bad. It's actually good right now. We experienced worse before. Yeah. And Archie say, when I wrote physics simulation, I used a normalized value for control. That to me sounds like what you want your move vector to do. Like I'm just like for example, if I want to go down, I'm going to put that vector, that movement vector y to minus something, you know. If I want to move left or right, I'm just doing the on the x, I'm moving it, you know. That's how I'm using it, and I'm not normalizing it. Really, I'm not normalizing it. So it's yeah, direction. Like the movement vector is just like direction. And I'm multiplying it by the speeds and stuff, so it's just direction. So yeah, let's go in here, and I think this is gonna be the. I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I thought I would have been I would be able to have this working in an hour, and I think it's gonna be one of these streams where I go 5 hours without progress. And hard to say, but then you're directly setting the velocity to it again. You really want to use rv.addForce stuff for force mode acceleration. But if I do that every frame, like I wouldn't. If I add the force, I will be like accelerating, right? I will be accelerating. So it's not going to be like setting it, because I'm setting it to something specific. But if I start to add the force, I will start accelerating. need to say I hate that each time I write a bit of code, the gremlin in my head is like, but this won't work when you implement X system later. This will cause a very small spatial bug in one case. Well, I think that having that gremlin in your head is kind of okay for longer projects. If velocity magnitude is more than speed limit, return is your friend. Okay. So I'm gonna go in there and follow your advice once more. I think if this doesn't work, I'm just going to log in, like for real now, and try to just write stuff until something works. So yeah, RV that velocity, or I'm not going to set it now. What I'll do is follow your advice, and I'm going to add force. I'm going to add force to the stuff. So it's going to be the movement vector, right? And force mode to the acceleration. Well, we have impulse and we have force. So there's no acceleration on 2D, there's no acceleration. Add a force to the read body using its mass, IntelliCode suggestion based on this context, or impulse. Nick or divider man, hard to say. So wait, let's do this from the start. First go to where you set your directions up. Okay, where I set my directions up. There you go. Put this back. Where I set my directions. So do you want the movement vector or the push that I'm doing? So on the movement vector, I'm setting it here, and also setting it on here. So movement vector is just going to be multiplied by 1 or -1 on the idle speed, depending of which way the monster is facing. So either left or right, multiplied by speed, -1 or 1 multiplied by speed. And on the octopus enemy, I'm also saying if it's not touching the ground, I'm going to start subtracting the gravity. So I'm going to start putting the y to less and less and less, and I'm putting a limit to the falling speed. So I'm checking that it doesn't go over that limit. And else, if I'm touching the ground, I'm putting the movement vector, that y, to 0. So there's no going down. Clark could say, damn, Roman is so good at coding, he's not even logged in right now. And art, you say, so use force, we can simulate force. Okay, can simulate force. So let's use it. On here, RV dot add force, and we're using the movement vector. So normalize it. Okay, I'm going to normalize it. Movement vector that normalize. The direction in both places. So I'm normalizing it, the movement vector. And I'm not going to add the push. I'm just going to leave the normal thingy. So add force, movement vector, and then force mode 2D. And it's going to be force, right? And I'm going to say here, if movement vector that magnitude is more than the speed limit. Let's say the speed limit is, I'm going to hard code it for now. I don't think I have a speed limit, or no, I do have an idle speed, so it's going to be the speed limit. That's going to be the speed limit. I'm going to return, but if I return here, or well, if I return here, I won't do the push, but I don't care about the push now. And Mr. B, you're here. Unity has a visual scripter, doesn't it? What's up, Mr. B? It does. Well, it's I think it's a plugin. It's called Bolt. So I'm going to multiply the movement vector by some, let's say 3. Or, yeah, like that. Or idle speed. And Art, you say you want to return before you add forces if you are above the speed limit. Okay, so before this, I'm going to return. That's it, right? I'm going to wait for your confirmation so we can try this. And I'm following exactly what you say. And Mr. B, say I was here last stream, just didn't feel like talking. I had 0 social batteries. That's okay. Happens from time to time. And how are you? Mr. B? How is everything going? And Art, you say no disable anything else affecting movement. Let's test regular movement with this system. Okay, I'm not going to use push. I already commented this push. This is all. Like there's just, this is just calculating the y, just assigning the y. So there's just the assignment of the movement vector and nothing else. I like to say relatable. And Mr. V, you say I'm okay, thanks. Good to know. Okay, let's test it. If I press play, I don't mind that it's so slow. Okay, it's going faster and faster every time. And it takes a while to fall. So that's just the movement. Maybe I can multiply by something greater, and it's going to achieve that velocity faster. Like it has some acceleration there. Let's see. Let's say I multiply this by, not by idle speed, but by something greater than idle speed. So it doesn't, like just going to go over. And that way it's going to have like some acceleration. I'm just going to put it to 10. And test it again. Just to check if that is important. Yeah, so this is the way it's working. Working. Yeah, I'm gonna log in. And I'll try. I'll try figuring out why the movement vector wasn't assigned correctly before. Like you say octobroom. And say art. So let's be good programmers. That's gonna be hard. And lerp or forces to create controls, bar force equal mod.lerp, RP velocity magnitude, and speed limit. That time that all the time. Going here. Lerp or velocity. Okay. RV. So let's say modf. But I do need to assign this to the RV. Yeah, so it's gonna be like RV dot. So I should I assign it to the velocity or I'm gonna write exactly what you sent on here. mathf.lerp. So it's rv.velocity. That magnitude. So on here, yeah, velocity that magnitude. Then speed limit. So the speed limit is idle. Idle speed times time the delta time. So lerp, there's no argument given that corresponds t of mod the lerp, and I need a time. So I'll need a time for this. It's gonna be bar equal force. Or force equal mod the lerp. And there's one thing missing, like the time. Should be time that fixed delta time. Okay. So now should I apply this where? Where should I apply this force? On the movement vector? Here? I just say, yeah, we can make a speed rate. So should I put the force here? So this is a float, right? It's gonna be a float. And I have to create this before. Should we try it now? Like that? We're getting there. Now the next important thing about velocity is rate. We need to control the rate of force applied. So this cache a variable, name it rate. And need to say it looks like Divaderman just straight up writing the code for you would be faster. Yeah, like for real. And cache a variable, name it rate. Okay. So I'm creating a variable rate that is going to be, what type of variable is going to be? Float rate. And so multiply time the delta time by the rate within the lerp float. Yeah, so multiply time the delta time by that rate. So rate Let's have it this, like this. Okay. So when do we assign this rate? When do we assign this rate? Light velocity, idle speed, rate, that time, fixed delta time. So it's velocity. Yeah, but isn't the velocity is the magnitude of the velocity? And idle speed times time, the delta time, that fixed. Okay. From the inspector then. Okay, so can we try this now? With the rate? Okay. I'll let you write how it should look. I think this is getting like overcomplicated. I think that I just had to modify the movement vector, and the way that I was doing it before, maybe not the most optimal, but it was working. I just had to reassign or make sure that the movement vector was assigned to something that makes sense. But like this is kind of overcomplicating it. So float force is going to be mat.lerp RV velocity magnitude times speed limit. Velocity magnitude times speed limit times rate. Okay, so I should change this then. Times speed limit rate times fixed delta time times fixed delta time, like this. So it's not about optimization. Yeah, I don't refer about optimization on performance wise. I refer about optimization on how optimal this is for the game. It's about getting your code to work with later code. But the thing is that if I had like the same thing that I was doing before, I just need to change things on the movement vector. So now you can do knockback without wonky stuff happening. You say it's about the friends we made along the way. Okay, let's test it. Okay, so first of all, I'm getting an error here. There's no argument given that corresponds to the required parameter t. So I still need a time. And I'm writing exactly what you put here. Let me just copy, like straight up copy this. So float force equals mat.lerp RV velocity. This is going to be idle speed. And this is time. That fixed delta time. Fixed delta time. So yeah, this is exactly what I had. And it's missing the time. This is exactly what you wrote, and it's missing the time. move your face icon. What face icon? Like my camera? So like move it to here. See clearly now. Okay. Replace the time with a como. Like this. So if you want to, just send me what you want me to put there. Because I think it's going to take less time. Then you tell me like which should I move and what else? Whatever else. Okay. So this speed limit is idle speed on fixed time delta time. This is still time, that fixed delta time. I think okay, so let's see. I'm going to return if this is more than this. Otherwise, I'm going to apply the force. RV that add force movement force mode force. Okay, let's do this. Remember to set the rate to 1. Okay, let's go and do that first. So on here, we have a rate variable. We need to wait for this to load. And there should be a new variable that's called rate. Let's see. Let's wait for this to load. While that loads, I'm going to drink a little bit of water. Okay, so the rate is here. The rate is super small, so you can't set this, but I just set it to 1. And it was need to say bool progress equal true. Yeah, so I think this is just not working for this project. Like I think maybe you set this up differently on one of your other projects, but the way it's working on here, certainly not working. So I'm just going to go with what I was doing before. I just want to go with what I was doing before. And so you're quitting so fast? No, dude. Like I'm trying what you said here, but I think that I can simplify this. I can make it the yeah, I can make it a simpler way. I just have to assign the movement vector, and I'm not quitting. Like I'm not quitting until I finish making this work. But I'm going back to what I was doing before, because what I was doing before was closer to the behavior I want this to have. So it's not quitting because I'm still doing it. So if you want me to try to lower the idle speed, I will. I will. So on here, the idle speed, let's go on idle speed. Let's do a 0.5. But still, this is getting an acceleration. This is going to work the same way, but slower. And you say it took me like 3 hours to fix a simple issue yesterday. Yeah. So it does take time, but I think that with what I was doing before, like like I can just simplify it. And I don't need to have acceleration for these guys. And if I wanted to, like I could do a smoothing the of the speed. So the enemy is not following. What if I increase the idle speed? Let's put the idle speed, let's say 1.5. So 1.5. And this is all for adding forces. I think I'll just go with the other one. And need to say, Roman last week the entire stream was working on something in the animation tree, and near the end he noticed it was just getting called multiple times. Yes. And that's not the only time that has happened. Yeah, so I'm going back to what I was doing before. So this, okay, let's see. What are the changes on GitHub? Changes on the main scene, bot enemy. I think that's okay. That's okay. I'm keeping it. Keeping this also. Player attack area. What did I add on here? I added a push thing. Player transform. Player attack. Yeah, so I'm going back to this. Let's see on the octopus enemy. What did we change exactly? Octopus enemy. I need to save this. So this was just RV dot velocity equal movement vector. RV dot velocity this is what we had before. Movement vector. Go in here. There's no need for rate. What else? Visual scripting. I don't know why this got added here. We don't need this library. So this is what it was before. Now, where else did I do some changes? Did I do changes? Enemy health. So maximum health, enemy script, get component, enemy script equals null, default layer error. Yeah, that's okay. Instance reset airborne attack. Yeah, that's okay too. Assign push vector. The push vector on enemy health. So yeah, that's okay. Now let's. I'm just going to revise this. Yeah, on die. Yeah, it's okay. Receive damage on enemy. Assign push vector, okay. And on here, if rv.velocity, movement vector. Yeah, that's okay for now. I just want to have what it was before. So reduce pitch vector. This was working. This was working, so I need to change it. Assign pitch vector is just going to be pitch vector equal vector. The player attack area. The way I'm calculating this, I don't need to normalize here. I can have a push multiplier. I can have it. I would like to see what this is. So push vector. I'm going to keep this comment. On player attack, what else? Heavy attack, I don't need this comment. Don't need this. Saving. Start attack cooldown, yeah, I don't care about this. Attack cooldown time. Yeah, so let's see what it is like now. Then I'm going to check the changes on GitHub again. Yeah, so moving with an idle speed 0.5. So I'm gonna go outside of here. Press play again. Yeah, so that's what we had before. But the push shouldn't work yet. The push shouldn't work yet. So that's okay. Because on here, on the octopus enemy, I have to call this. So rv.velocity, I need to get the movement vector or the push vector. So I'm going to debug this here, debug.log. What is the push vector? Vector. It's going to be this. So push vector. And also I'm going to have, I want to know too, at this time, what is the movement vector when I add it to the push vector. Push. I'm going to put this like this. Push vector plus, or what's going to be added? I think it's going to be the movement vector that's going to be added. So just for order. The order of the factors does not alter the result. So movement vector, push vector, and I have to transform this movement vector to a vector 2. And also I'm adding, so I have the push vector, I have the combined movement vector plus push, and I also want to get the RV. And, but no way, I removed me right before the jump. And put more stars in here. That's one cool thing about having, or about stream avatars too. Like you can, like you have a bunch of interaction. There are things that you can put. And also read body. So that's gonna be luck. I hope you got some stars there. For RP velocity, gonna be rb.velocity. So this is gonna be before I like update. I do it on idle. So let's read this. The push vector is set to 0, 0, 0, or yeah, 0, 0, so it is x and y. The movement vector plus the push is 2 and 0, because the movement vector is set to 2 on 0, so that it's the same. And the velocity is going to be the same as the movement vector. So if I hit this, the character, its push vector is going to be minus 70, minus 0.70. The movement vector plus push is going to be exactly, yeah, it's going to be that. So it's 2 minus 0.7. So that's okay. And what I'll have is, well, the velocity. What is the velocity? So yeah, the velocity, it is taking effect. So I'm going to attack on the player attack or attack area. And the push multiplier, I won't put it at 0.7. I'm going to put it at 2. I need to say my aunt just called me and asked me if I want 10 liters of holy water. And what do you say? What do you say? It's holy water. And tell me I'm not in a simulation. What? That's the strange call to get from your aunt. You say, no, I don't wanna. I don't even believe. And she knows that. What a strange call. So push multiplier, that's gonna be set to 2, and I'm gonna go in on player graphics, or on not player, but on the enemy. It fell. So the movement vector is 2 and 0. Now if I hit this guy, I'm not making any changes here. I'm just getting the values. So artists say, riddle me this. I have lakes and rivers, but I'm not wet. What am I? You can say, you can own a lake and not get into it. And Amy Breaks is here. Say hi. You say hi, Roman. It's been 3 days or something. Yeah. How are you? I'm pretty good. Pretty good. I could use more sleep, but I'm overall good. And how are you, Amy Breaks? It's good to know from you. How are you? So I'm going to see here if now the movement vector plus the push vector, I'm doing exactly what I was doing in here. So I'm transforming this vector to vector 2. And everybody say, nice to hear. I'm good as well. I was quite busy for the past days, though, so I couldn't be on streams. That's completely okay. Completely okay. And I'm glad that you're here now. I'm glad that you were able to join. So were you busy with school? Okay, so I'm putting it. Okay, the bot enemy destroyed me there. Yeah, so this. Which vector is that? So I want to go in here on map, enemies, enemy. And on here, like I need more space for this. So I think I'm going to just go in, like disable the bot enemy for now. I'm going to move this guy more on the middle or on the center. And enemy breaks to say school stuff, plus have to write 2-page game design documents. One of them being 3 pages, plus learning Unity. Yeah, so a lot of things on your plate. I get it. It's okay. And how are the courses going? Like, are you still going with the courses? Any breaks? Speed out velocity is -0. Yes, I don't want to know about the push vector anymore. Then just this is okay. The push vector is all right. And you say pretty good. Nice. And by the way, how's the game going? It's going okay. Yeah, like if I'm being honest, it's going okay. Now we're facing a problem. I think I've been like 3 hours, like the whole thing probably making, trying to make that when you hit the enemies, they're pushed, and I'm still working on that. The movement vector, which vector? As I'm not assigning it. Let's go an octopus enemy. I'm going to assign this on the push vector or movement vector. Movement vector plus equals push vector. And I'm transforming this to vector 3. And Clark, you say, how many times do we have to tell you? Roman, just make it work. It's very simple. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, I always forget. Like, I should make this work. That's the thing. I should just make it work. I know. I could just press the button and make it work. I don't know why. Why I always forget. I could always press this button that I have in my table here. I'm just gonna press it here. Now it should be working. No, like I wish, dude. I wish. I wish I could just do that. So I'm just going to go in enemy. Okay, now we're getting some push. Again, now we're getting some push. But the push vector is not being reduced. I think that's the problem for now. Yeah, that's the problem for now. So I'll go on player or on enemy. Well, when I assign this, I could also say like reduce this. But I think I have another function here. That's for doing that. So on player attack area or player enemy. Go enemy. Reduce push vector. And I'm not calling this. I'm not calling this anywhere. So on update, I'm going to call this reduce push vector. But only if the push vector he's starting to believe. Only if the push vector is not able to vector to that's 0. And hard to say, gonna start my day and work in and out. Hey, cool stuff. Yeah, so if you're starting your day, are you streaming or not today? You said you were doing some things off stream. Are you going to start working on that now? Or are you planning to stream? So let's see what the pushing vector is. Let's see. Need to say, by the way, how the button is going if it's locked and there's no power out, is in power out, is like the opposite of that, and it's not hacked. You'll say debug deadlock error. Why the fuck is unlocked? You stupid. Actual line of code. I think that's one of the most impressive lines of code I've seen in a while. And I just say, yeah, if I get far enough with off-stream stuff, I'll stream the ability system for magic and maybe I'll get the weapons. If the stars align, maybe some UI work. I hope they do. I hope they do. So you can work on that and show some progress on your YouTube community. So I'm getting it. Am I getting it wrong? You want to debug this? Look. Which like this is gonna be like I can see this on the enemy. No need to debug this. It's 2 on -2. But it seems like it's oh, let's see. Which vector reducing rate? Let's go into octopus enemy. Dude, my back's hurting. Like I'm like grandpa. My back's hurting. Let me pull the hand crank. Like crank the hand crank. Okay, now better. For my bag at least. I put this here. Yeah. I'm moving this up. I just say yeah if I get far enough with yeah. And I need to say cranking pop. I just say community building is nice for sure, but it's like 30% of 30% a log for me, 50% informative for others, and 20% power of whale. Not just here flexing his biceps. No, I'm not. Like, dude, I didn't even show like anything. Like, come on. Oops. Okay, so back to not knowing what I'm doing. Yeah, so now I'm adding this vector to a push vector. So what? So what? What if I'm having a problem when I convert this to vector 3? I don't think I will. I don't think I will. But like movement vector is just getting pretty crazy. I don't know if you can see this. Like I'll show you. On movement vector, when I hit this guy, like yeah, this gets pretty crazy. Like onto the 400, 700, 800, 1000. Like it just goes crazy. Says, and if I pause in a random frame here, it says, well, the push vector is 2 and minus 2. The movement vector plus the push is 930 and minus 2. And the velocity is the same. So the problem is just the movement vector. The push and the velocity are all right. So going in here, no need for this message anymore. No need for this message. So I have to check everywhere, like any place that I'm modifying the movement vector. I have to check it. Maybe it's because and what if I don't modify this directly? What if I don't modify this directly? Like the movement vector is going to stay the same, and I'm just going to add the push vector. I know that I don't need this parenthesis, but I'm going to put it anyway. It's going to be vector 3. And Nick was going to say, oh yeah, bugs. Yeah, but if we get like different errors, I'm satisfied too. So movement vector, yeah, it's going to stay the same. If I go here, yeah, now it's like no, it's not making anything. So if I modify the push vector to, let's say, minus 4, yeah, that's okay. So now what I need, I think, is just multiply by something greater and make sure that the push vector is being reduced. So push multiplier, I'm going to make the push multiplier on the attack area. Instead of being a 2, it's gonna be like a 5. It's gonna be a 5. And here on reducing, where is this? Here, push vector reducing rate is on the enemy. So I can go in there on the enemy. And push vector reducing rate, it's gonna be like a 3. So there's no push vector now. Now it's like, yeah, I can make it move one way or another if I wanted to. But let's 1-7 from the slots. Go figure. Yeah, so now I just have to make sure that the push vector gets reduced. And I don't think it's getting reduced. So there's only one place I'm calling this. and its push vector doesn't equal vector 2.0. So I'm just going to not make this if. It's going to run like every update. And I'm not even sure. I guess maybe I overwrite. I made an overwrite on the update. I did. So I'm going to have this back. And here I'm just going to save. And on update, I'm going to put this. Nick, you have 164 gold. Infinite money acquired. So I think I'm going to go in the enemy. The reducing rate, I'm going to make it like super, like something like 10. And on the attack area, I'm going to make the push multiplier to 10 too. So it should be something. Yeah, so I'm putting it now. I'm putting it now. Yeah, so mira. So see, I got so excited. I started speaking Spanish. So yeah, now I can just put it a little bit. So I can just take this. I can just tweak the values. I'm putting it too. That's nice. That's nice. So I can use this. I just can use this. JavaScript developer sends a smiley face. What's up, JavaScript developer? Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, so I now want to go on attack area. I think I'll still make this like way more. On here, on the enemy, the push vector reducing rate, I'm gonna put it to 15. So now I can accidental Spanish moment. Yeah. So yeah, the thing is now, for example, if I'm attacking up, so this way, yeah, so if I go on player attack, I need to communicate with the player attack area to see if I'm attacking up. So I'll have a variable in here, private bool attacking up, or I could get it from the player attack script, but I don't know if I want to have a reference to that or just assign it here. Probably it's good too if I have it like a variable, or if I have the player attack here. So I'm gonna go and create that. So it's gonna be private player attack. It's player attack script. On start, I'm just going to assign it player attack script equals the I'm on the player attack area, so I should have that. Is that on the parent object? I think it is. So I'll just get the parent. Yeah, it's on the parent object. So I'll just say transform that parent that transform that get component. And I want to get the player attack. And if the player attack script is null, I'm going to debug that log error. And player attack script is null. And JavaScript developer say I became sick again. Damn. Sick again. But weren't you like sick before? Like how did you get did you get good and then became sick again, or how does that work? And Cortex Dark says, "What is this? Hello, Cortex Dark. Welcome to the stream. I'm just making a platformer here, a platformer game here, and I'm currently implementing like when you hit the enemy, it's going to be pushed, and that's what I just did. So yeah, we have some other things going on here, like for example, this NPC placeholder, and we have this transportation or fast traveling that you can fast travel to different places. We also have this minimap going on here, and I noticed that I was just on the middle of everything. But here, I'll show you. Like we have also, like we just did this pushing here. You can fast travel places. I'm going to not select this so you can see this better. So I could just fast travel here, for example. And there's also ledge grabbing, wall sliding, even though we don't have animations for that. And tell me, Cortex Dark, are you interested in game dev, or are you a programmer, maybe an artist? Yeah, tell me. And Nick, say, I'm sick to the head and I like it. Why do you like being sick, Nick? Okay, so I'm going to yeah, get on the player attack. I need to get maybe I could make this player pressing up. Yeah, so if pressing up, I'm controlling some other things differently. So I'm gonna, instead of making it private, I'm gonna make it public and make this a property. So it's gonna be get on private set. So I can get it from anywhere, but I can't set it from anywhere, just from here. And Cortex Arc, you say, bro, use AI. Okay. Well, if you like, I guess like AI is good for specific things. I think that's AI is not bad or anything. But it's, yeah, certainly deficient at the like right now it's certainly deficient, like, and it can't generate code that is going to communicate with every other things that you have on your project. So that's why I don't use it. I would use it if it worked, but it doesn't. And JavaScript, you say, yes, AI cannot replace humans. Well, I wouldn't say that. I think that now it hasn't replaced programmers, but I don't know. In the future, it could be. And Nick, you say, also Roman can be stupid on his own. Doesn't need AI to make stupid code. Yeah, I can be stupid on my own. Why would I need to have an AI like third party my stupidness? And Standard used to say, try AI Studio.google.com. Heads up, you need to sign into Google. So what is it? What is that Standard uses? What is it? You don't have to, but it's suggestion. So I'm still like open to try things out. Like if there are things that maybe are able to help me in my workflow, I would be like 100% down to try them. And Nick, you say, I mean, if Claude had enough memory to remember the code, you could fit it all the scripts. And also, it would need to understand the setup of your project. And Sonar used to say it's a better AI than that thinks things through. And need to say, isn't that just Gemini? And Frozen, okay. You say and by the way, welcome to the stream, Frozen AI or Frozen, okay. You say I use AI only when I understand how things work. I would think the same. Like if you're going to use AI, like for generating part of your code, you better understand what's happening. And I think it's also good when you're just starting. So you can ask AI, and that's what it does work for. For example, you have a script that you don't really understand how it works. you can maybe just paste that onto ChatGPT or any other AI and tell it, okay, could you tell me how is this working, or explain the script for me? And I think it's super helpful. And Stoner used to say no. Gemini is stupid as fuck in code. And Cortex started to say, bro, what is your name? I'm Roman. Roman or Roman, however you want to say it. And Stoner used to say, well, technically, yes. And actual Gemini is using Gemini 1.5 on the side is I gave him is using Gemini 2. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to what I was doing before. So going back to here, when I calculate the this thing here, like I want to check first, am I using the player attack script? So I can just say on here, I'm going to either calculate this. Also, if I could do two things. So push vector that y is going to be equal. It's going to be this, or well, I could. There's no need to use ternary operators. I can just do this with an if. Then I can use the ternary operator. So if the player attack script that pressing up is false, I'm going to do it this way. And else I'm going to just push vector dot y is going to be equal to 1. So normalize it to 1. And then I'm going to multiply by the push multiplier. And so you say, I actually things to do. And need to say, I'm going to look into that. I wanted to use Gemini because I thought it could replace the Google Assistant, but no, why would you? So what I do, or like what I have used that makes sense for me or for my workflow, is when generating ideas or when balancing things. That's super nice, because you can have, like, you can explain what the enemy is, what's the health of the player and whatever. You can explain your project, and then you just can say, okay, generate values for health, speed, and whatever for all my enemies, and make them balanced. Maybe make one of those being more speedy but less health and whatever. So you can specify that, and it's going to give you a lot of useful stuff. So I think that's a way that I've been I've used AI before on my games. Yeah. So for example, if I now go and press here up, like another thing I'm going to do here is on here, I'm gonna say that the push, I'm going to only do this on here. So using this here and putting this on here. So I'm only multiplying the push vector that y by the push multiplier, because I don't really want it. If I hit like up, I don't really want the thing that I'm hitting to go that far. Really, I just want to go up. And you say idea, sure, balancing. If you have complex things like, I don't know, Among Us, it's bad. Yeah, so for Among Us, it's but the types of things that can solve is, for example, if you have a lot of stats or yeah, statistics of I don't know, 100 enemies, you can balance things out, and maybe you're going to have like different levels of complexity of those or difficulty on those enemies. So yeah, when it's like that, yeah, but something like Among Us on balancing, um, yeah, you can ask it to okay, help me balancing if it's not like values. I was just talking when you have like statistics that you need to tweak. They don't make it deal with human psychology. So I have an error here. I don't know why. I think it's just an Unity thing. I think I can just clear this. Okay, let's play. So I'm pushing it to the side, and I can make it like I can push it up. And there's some still some things that I should tweak, but for now, I mean, it's all right. It's all right. Need to say only make it deal with each other. Don't include different systems. Lol. So now that I have that, I can finally go into Notion and put one task into done. So there's still not a lot of things that are here on the Notion, but the thing is, this project should be finalized or finished by February. That's the thing. It should be finished by February. Um, so yeah, I was working on this. So do we have this? Launching enemies up or sideways when attacked? I think we do. We do have that. There's some values that we could change for the push and stuff, but we do have that. So I'm just going to move this into done, and I'm going to copy it or just cut this, cut this, moving it to done, and on here on the GitHub, I'm going to put that as a summary. So when the player hits an enemy, it will push it to the direction the player is hitting. So I think that's an appropriate description. I just commit to main, push to origin, and we have a checkpoint. And you say, that's a good joke, Roman, by February. Dude, I need to. I need to. Because yeah, that's what we plan. Like I can't go longer than February on this project. And if you want to, I want to present this here on Chile on how do you call this? Like conventions? I don't know, like meetups for developer meetups here in Chile. So I want to present this, and we have to have this on February. So if we don't have it, we're screwed. And Cortex out you're from. Are you asking Nick? Cortex, are you asking Nick? Okay, let's see what's next. What is next? Yeah, so there you go, Nick. Answered for both of us. So when the player hits an enemy up, it should go up with it. That's the next thing. Yeah, so I'm going to say here, when the player hits an enemy, it should go up with it. So on here, like I should send a signal from the enemy. So if it made contact, let's see, enemy, I think I can do this from player attack area. So push vector, yeah, whatever this is. And on here, I'm going to also go up with it. You say I'm getting a 5, 16. I see. And you? There are people that are 15 in the community. Yep. JavaScript developer, you say the Polish language is harder than Chinese. I've seen when you sent a screenshot capture on the Discord server, I saw Poland, like Polish, and it was terrifying. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I want to elevate myself too when I do the player tag. So I need to get the player private player movement script. So this player movement script. And the same thing here that I'm doing with the player attack script is player movement script dot. Well, I have to assign it, so it's gonna be transform because it's on the where the child, like the player attack area is child of the main player. So I just have to access the parent and then the transform, so I can get the component. A component. It's called player movement, and just a null check. If player movement script is null, I'm going to debug that log error. Player movement script is null. You say maybe not including the old signs. And Cortex Dark is like, bro, your face is like my brother's. You need to say it's just the grammar. And JavaScript developer, you say the hardest language is Python. Why do you say that, JavaScript developer? Why? I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking you why. Okay, so in here I can access the player movement script, and I'm gonna say probably like the same thing that I do for jumping. So I'm going to go in the script and see if I can probably make a function for that. So where is this? It's on the player. So player movement. So on update, calculate movement. So when I press space, kick out that space, I need the same thing here. So it's grounded full and kick out the space. I'm just doing this. Or well, I don't know if I need to set the trigger to this. I don't really think I need to do this. And JavaScript developer, you say, but patch the language is the hardest. I need to say that's just rage bait. And Art, you're back. Are you winning, son? I am. I am, father. So let me show you. So we do have the pushing. We have pushing, and also if I go like up, I say, or I launch this up, I'm going to be able to just launch it launch it up with attack up. And yeah, working as a like really great, really working great. And also can if I get this enemy here, for example, let me get this here. I can quickly just get it out there. So yeah, working. It's working. And JavaScript developer, you say if you want to become a master in Python, you have to put your whole life. I think that like if you really want to know everything from a language, you'll have to dedicate your life to it. And for example, the languages that are commonly used normally get updates, so it's like you're always going to have to be learning. But I think that's good. But you don't need to be an expert to make things, and I'm the living proof of that. And I just say congrats. Thanks, dude. Thanks, appreciate it. And JavaScript, and also thanks for the help you were giving me before, even though I didn't end up using the way you were telling me to. Still, thanks. Right, like I appreciate it. And JavaScript developer, well, I don't understand what you're saying there. Say it so hard. Okay, so I'm going to. Yeah, so the next thing is when I do this attack, I want to get elevated with it. So I'm going to make a function here. Facing direction is just going to be like, like, wait. It's going to be like push up, push player up. And instead of jump force, I'm going to use the float, whatever you say here. So push player up is going to be force. So can jump equals false. Use QJD jump equal true. Jump timer reset jump time plus time to time. In animator, I don't need to do this. I think I need to set the trigger. Player up. And I don't know what the jump force on this is, but I'm going to start with that. So I'm going to go in onto the player. It's in the attack area, right? Or yeah, player. Here we have a variable for jump force. So jump force is normally 20. I'll have a variable on here that I can take. That's going to be serialized field. Private float. Jump force. Well, it's not a jump. It's like up force when attacking, or attacking up force. I'm gonna start at 30, so a little bit higher, or 25, a little bit higher than normal. And I'm just going to use it here. So attacking up force. Let's try it. And then you say I'll place the clip in out of context then. Okay. And you say I could speak about Polish for days before any of you could actually understand the word with all the additional graph. means, but reading it is not that hard compared to Chinese. In Cortex, you say, I have no idea for coding, but I know something HTML. Nice. So that's markup language. Is there's like a different in those languages, but still, it's a it's a way of getting well, it's still the way that you can do web dev and stuff. So it's still a way to start in not in game dev, but in web dev. And Cortex, are you interested in game dev or web development or other kind of programming? And JavaScript developer, you say if someone wants to become a full stack web dev, you have to learn many languages and also frameworks. Game dev is very good. Use C# and Unity or C++ and Unreal. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Or Scratch. Yeah, or Scratch. You always like to say or Scratch. And JavaScript developer, you say you can learn HTML in one day. Oh, but learning it with CSS. I mean, it took me more than one day to learn HTML. There's a lot of tags and stuff there. And trading. Just stacks and links. And frozen, okay, you say, why I don't see the latest messages? Oh, because it's on YouTube. So we're running 2 streams, well, 3 really. One on Twitch, another on YouTube, that's horizontal, and another one on YouTube too, that is vertical. So that's probably why you're not seeing it. But if you see above my head, you will see the messages anyway. So above my head, I have the chat going on, so you can see the messages from the other people that are on YouTube too. You say, yeah, I noticed those. That's why I asked. Yeah. I'm trying. Then I'm going to try to, yeah, when I do the attack up, I'm going to go up with that player, or sorry, with that enemy. So on here, let me just go on the player. The attack area attacking up force. I think I'll put it to 15, and let's see how it goes. I think maybe a 20 is okay. Yeah, I think it is. Oh yeah, I like it. I like it. So you can do aerial combos here. I like it. So that's one more thing done. One more thing done. And yeah, let's go on Notion. And that's done. Let me translate this into Spanish so the people I'm working with can understand it. And well, they do know a little bit of English, but we're working on Spanish mainly. So, cuando el jugador pega a un enemigo, so yeah, that's a little bit of a longer explanation of what this is. So the people I'm working with can know what I'm doing, and I'm going to go. Okay, I can do a control set. So let's go on, because I wanted to cut the title on that and make the title here, just copying that. And I need to say, did you all hear that flashbang too, or is my thing broke? I don't know. Could it be by your side? I need to say, Roman, what would you say is harder in Spanish compared to English? So depending, or you're talking about Spanish or English? What's hardest? Um, I would say English is one of the easiest language that I think exists. Or compared to like any other language, I think English is pretty general. You don't need a lot to learn it. Like things are, for example, in Spanish, you can be more specific with a lot of things, but you also need more words. Their things, objects and stuff has they have like genders. So there's el and la. So it's la puerta y no el puerta. So I would say Spanish is a little bit difficult, more difficult than English. And JavaScript developer, you say, but HTML is very important in web page. Yes. And you say how much harder Spanish is. It's hard to measure. Hard to measure. But I would say, let's say it's 1.2 times the difficulty. So 150% the difficulty. La puerta está abierta. Yeah, so that's why I think it's a little bit harder. Yeah, Spanish class with romanleco. What's up, this much? Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah. So I want to show you something, but let me read before. Art was before. So, oh, I just saw your message. Your message from before. Good afternoon. I was out for a while. I need to reset the mental. That's good. That's okay, dude. Totally understandable. And art to say it was preceded by flashbang through the door. NSA probably got up to you. Yeah, I didn't know about the flashbang. So yeah, let me show you this much. So I did what you told me to, like there should be like poaching of the enemies, and this should be tweaked. Like I just have the functionality, and I know you're not going to be poaching enemies around like this, but yeah, I just made you go up with the enemy when you go up, or when you attack up, you're going to go up with the enemy, so you can do this kinds of combos and stuff. But there's still things to change. And for example, here you saw that it's not like there's some values I should take. There's some values I should take. And JavaScript developer, you say we can also develop games in Lua and Love2D. Yeah, there's a lot of engines that support JavaScript. Need to say Polish has this gender thing too, just at the end of each word, and there are like 15. Dang. And JavaScript developer, you say, what is Malayama language, Cortex? Yeah, I don't know about that one too. Like either. And Frozen OK, you say, pienso que el español es más difícil a aprender que el inglés. I do think that too. I wouldn't say, would you say, like, how much more difficult would you say it is, Frozen OK? And are you native Spanish or a native English speaker, Frozen OK? Or just as a secondary language? Cortex Dark, you say, broke hack NASA. What? Malayam is our language. Indian language. Okay, yeah. Frozen OK is secondary. And what's your primary language? Frozen OK. You're native in Romanian. Oh, cool. Cool stuff. And this much to say, yeah, you will have problems. It is a complicated system, but it can be achieved. I believe in you. Thanks, dude. Yeah, like we spent like 5 hours trying to get the push working. It was like 4 hours or something, but it's done. Like I just need to tweak the values on this, and with your feedback, if you don't want things like falling that fast or whatever, these things can be tweaked. And everybody, you say, Roman, do you speak any other languages than Spanish and English? No, not at all. Like, I don't have any idea of any other language. I tried years ago, like 4 years ago, tried to learn a little bit of French, but I don't know anything, but like at all. Like, if you ask me for uh, words, I'd say rouge. I think that's red. Um, and that's all. That's all I know. And maybe I can understand, of course, like every language that comes from Latin, or yeah, we can kind of understand it um, if you know Spanish. You can kind of understand some of Portuguese. You can kind of understand some of Italian, but yeah, not really. And need to say the end of the stream is like 50-50, either none or literally 10 people. Yeah. Cortez, you say, bro, I have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe. That's not allowed. That's not allowed to like put your channel on here. Like ask for follows here. But tell me, what's your channel about? What's your channel about, Cortex? Oh, and you're learning Spanish now, Frozen. Nice. And how long have you been learning it? Spanish? And yeah, time flies. Time flies. In context, you say video editing is mainly. Oh, what program do you use for editing, Cortex? And you can say my native is Polish, grew up German, and just learned English by internet. So I think that's cool, like having a third language. Un año más o menos. Nice. So you do have like a. By the way, you wrote the other comment. I know you are like good or kind of good in Spanish. Like no mistakes in there. So cool stuff. Cool stuff. And this much thing, I think the upward momentum should be higher. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So on here, I'll put this to 20 or something. But yeah, first thing I want to have two things. So on player attack area, I'm setting the push multiplier here, but I think I want to have another multiplier. So instead of just this, I'm gonna say serialize field private float push multiplier. Um, let's see. Because I could have that multiplier going on the player attack and get it from there. But I could also just do this, which multiplier y is going to be 2. So more than this. And I don't know how much is the I'm using on this push multiplier, so I'm going to check that out. Let's see. So the current push multiplier is set to 20. So I'm going to set this one, this push multiplier to 30. So it's 1.5. And I'm going to make sure that this push multiplier here gets assigned correctly. And I'm going to use on the y, I'm going to be multiplying it by push multiplier y. And Cortex say, bro, egg watching. That's we got to 8. I think yesterday we were on 8 too. We were 8 people here too. And hard to say, since you got your character controller working, do you want to go over rigid body for character controller still? Yeah. I still want to. I think it's still good, even though I'm not going to use it now on this project. Maybe for other projects, I can do better practices. So still would be good to learn that. And Frozen OK, you say, yo aprendo un poco cada día, pero hay muchas palabras y muchas conjugaciones de verbos a aprender. Yeah, like Spanish has some, like compared to English, for example, it does have a lot of not just words, but also ways to mix them and stuff. So yeah, it does get complicated. But yeah, bit by bit, you're going to conquer it. And you're good. Like at the level you are now, you're good. So congrats to you. And Frozen OK, you say, anyway, I'm way more comfortable in English. Say, this much. The change set key for the player is already done. No, it's not. I was doing this, and yeah, because I think this is more like visually, like you can see this. It's better for the stream. Like if you do if you change the keys, like yeah, I get it. Like you're making changes, but it's not nothing visual. And I'm going to do that next probably. Do that next. So probably on tomorrow's stream because I have like 8 minutes until I have to go. And that's much to say. Forgive me, I sound super angry in English. Wow. No, don't worry about it. You don't. So don't worry. And JavaScript developer, you say we have to learn it. Full stack web dev needs a lot of time. Yeah. Nick, you say I still live in Poland and sometimes feel like that about English. And Cortex Dark, you say, bro, what's your job? My job is being broke. Like no, like I don't have a job now. I've been taking some freelance things, but I'm trying to do this full time, and I have like to until March 2026 to make this profitable enough to continue this. So yeah, that's the story. Okay, so I just did the changes here. Like yeah, it's way up. Like I don't know how much you want this to go up. Like how up do you want this to go? And now I have to go on here. Go on here on player movement. And I just say German sounds like you're about to get into a fight. Yeah, it's so powerful. Like German sounds so powerful for someone that doesn't understand it. And Frozen Gate, you say March is pretty high expectation. So March next year. March next year, not this one. German is pretty loud. But it's also a cool language. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go into, I think I can just take this variable here on attack area. And attacking upwards, I'm going to modify it to 25 or something. So it should be by 1.5, and it should be something similar to this. So 22.5 is what I'm going to do. So I think it could use some more power, like some 25. There's some problems there, yeah. There's still things like I need to modify the colliders on animations because sometimes it's picking this up and sometimes it's not. And you can always do this, so that's a problem to fix. You could do like a bunch of combos, like going up with the enemy. Yeah, so that's one thing we want to avoid. We don't want the infinite combo here, or maybe we do. Who knows? So when we get to testing, probably we're going to see that, if that's all right. And hard to say. Yeah, I feel like I got the energy for it now. Just needed to drink some B8 for breakfast. Grabbing a random thumbnail. Hey, that's good. That's okay. In Frozen okay, you say depending on how focused one is, can achieve either a lot in a year or very little. So it took me, and I've seen this in other channels happening too. Like it takes a lot to get to 1,000 subscribers, like 6 to 12 years, or sorry, 6 to 12 months, and then it takes like another year to get to 1,000 or 10,000. Sorry, and that's what you say French too, but the different German is more congenial. I think French is not that as loud as German. Well, it's as cool as German, but it's not as loud as German. It's like more gentle, I think. In Cortex, you say, I'm very crazy, but I'm not simple. I am very angry man. What? I don't get what you're saying there, Cortex, but okay. So I think I'll leave this here because I could grab another task from here, but I think that in 4 minutes, that's 4 minutes that I have for leaving stream. I think I won't be able to implement anything. So I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to pull some things to doing. Maybe this too. So maybe this is going to be for tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. So I'm just going to save this. Make sure I make saves here. And I think that's going to be all. That's going to be all. So I'm going to put my camera now. And let me read the last messages here from you. So Roman is just very consistent. He has like every day planned out 2 weeks in advance. Uh, yeah, like it's true. Like there's, I do plan things a lot. So I hope we can get further. And Frozen, okay, you say French is more melodious. German sounds like barking. Yeah, kinda. And thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it, Frozen, okay? And that's the last message. So thank you for joining the stream. As always, really, really appreciate it. Like when I know I say this like every time, and maybe you're like bored of hearing it, but I do really appreciate not just following, but like staying here and joining the stream. Really appreciate it. And that's gonna be all for today. See you again next time. Bye bye. Take care, people.